Oui, oui, c'est ça. Oui. Petit à petit, on s'ajoute. On salue nos étudiants qui sont très, comment dire, très ponctuels. Un groupe très bel. Mais aussi très sympa.
Je vais essayer de partager quelques images de Cochabamba, comme ça vous connaissez.
Très bien.
Voilà, c'est ça, Cochabamba.
Et tu cliques sur résume.
Ça, c'est vue d'en haut. Alors, ça, c'est une des images. Mais attendez, je vais chercher une autre. On a à peu près tout Cochabamba, c'est 1 200 000 habitants. Et on a une population... Je parle en anglais maintenant? D'accord.
Oui.
Then we have, I was speaking in Spanish, we have like 2 millions, 2,000 persons that inhabit this city. So it's a fourth city in Cochabamba. Here you're going to see what ours, here I think this is better. Voila. Here's Cochabamba at night. Here's Cochabamba also. So you can come to visit us. That's part of Cochabamba. I don't know if here's another picture. Well, there's the same picture. So you can have a small idea of the city of Cochabamba. And then we have like a huge part that is the lowlands. I'm going to try to show you some. And we have valleys and we have highlands also. We have everything here. So you're welcome whenever you want. So
thank you for this presentation.
You just tell me and we start.
Yeah. We start.
Dejar de compartir.
So could you activate your camera all so that we can have a full picture of the participants?
Yeah.
We don't understand the what.
We can listen to all of you.
On t'entend avec interruption.
I think that is your connection, Johan.
That is not good. You can't hear?
I can hear you perfectly.
But Professor Jorge?
My computer is restarted.
Wait. I'm going to talk to the technique, okay?
Yeah.
And you come here.
Hello.
Johan, we can hear you now.
It's a problem because...
But he's not with the image. He's going to go to the other computer.
Hello.
We can hear you, Sofiane. Johan, on peut t'entendre, Johan, mais on a une image fixe. Johan, are you with us?
On va changer la connexion parce que lui, le professeur Orga est avec le Wi-Fi et ça marche pas toujours. Alors, il va aller à l'autre computer.
Et tu vois.
Moi, oui, on peut vous voir. Non, maintenant on vous voit. Bah, je commence, d'accord. He's just, il est juste à côté, alors il n'y a pas de problème, il est en train d'entendre tout et on va l'installer l'autre connexion, d'accord?
Sans problème.
Et yeah. You have to start your connection there.
Yeah.
Alors on peut commencer peut-être, professeur?
Oui.
Oui.
D'accord.
Oui.
Ok.
Vamos a empezar.
Allez.
You have to start your professor, your session in the other computer. Yeah, you have to open the session. I'm sorry, we always have problems with this technology here in Bolivia. It always goes
No
down.
problem. No problem.
I have one suggestion because
time.
there is a strange noise because so many colleagues are unmuted. So I would suggest just to have everyone muted, only the person that is giving, yeah, because we feel a bit like lost in this. Thank
Maybe,
you.
professeur de la Pose, vous pouvez, parce que vous êtes l'administrateur, non? Yeah. Okay. Professor, maybe you can.
The sound. Okay.
Johan, the floor is yours with our colleagues to introduce.
You can start, Professor. Maybe you can come here.
Yes. Yeah. You start.
Okay, I'll start then. Well, I would like to welcome everybody and to thank this opportunity we are having as the Bolivian students and Bolivian researchers and also researchers from France and from other countries. We would like to thank Professor Jorge for all the work and for this adventure that he undertook. And thank you, Fabienne, and thank you for being with us here and allowing us to share this information, these internal and external perspectives about Europe. It's really important for us to know what's happening and to interchange among Bolivian researchers and Bolivian students with other researchers of other countries. So I think this will be really interesting in order to learn from each other, but also in order to construct some networks for future adventures of these times or future joint activities. So thank you very much. And for me, that's all I would like to, I only wanted to say some words of welcoming. And I will leave Professor Jorge so he can explain all the workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jan, we do not hear you now, so you have to unmute yourself in this case.
I send all the best to all of you and thank you to accept to be in links with us in this project, this workshop. I thank everybody, but special to Fabienne Maron from International Institute of Administrative Studies from Brussels, Marta Pachoczka from Poland, from Warsaw Economic University. Dziękuję bardzo, my friend Marta, to be with us. Thank you very much also to my friend Alejandra Ramirez from Cochabamba, who is my host during this week. And I thank very much to my friend Renaud Delabros to involve also the students from Master of European Integration, the Global Governance. And the last but not the least, special to my friend Yaroslav from Uzhgorod University. And of course, to all participants. And now I give the floor to Renaud Delabros to say something about this initiative. And we start very speed to the first topic.
Thank you, Johan. I hope that all of you can hear me. Okay, no hand raising, so I guess it's the case. So first of all, I would like to warmly thank Johan Orga for taking this fantastic initiative, because it's just great to be able to make working together students from Eastern European countries, Western European countries, South American countries, and perhaps next time also Asian countries. Who knows? I mean, it's really fantastic to have access to so many different perspectives on these important issues that you're going to discuss today and tomorrow, I think, too. I would like also to thank all my colleagues to have time to support this initiative and to spread the information to their students. And I would also like to apologize, because as I told Johan, I am in Morocco and I have meetings all days. I could free myself for half an hour, but I'm sorry, I have to go soon. But really, I'm very happy that such an initiative takes place, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and good networking, because for students, networking is something that is so important for getting trainees and finding a job and so many other things. So I hope to see you, all of you, very soon, and I wish you really nice work and good discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Renaud. But now I invite Fabienne Marron to take the floor to start the first topics of this workshop. Fabienne Marron is one of the great friends of mine, but she is a great scientific specialist of Institute of International Administrative Studies. She's a scientific director of this institute, but also she is associate professor to Reims University. Okay, please, Fabienne. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Johan and dear colleague, for having associate me to this nice event for discussing the image of European Union in the different perspective. Of course, it's a real pleasure to discuss with you and our students from the different, I would say, the two continents here, and having you, of course, is interesting. Of course, I will share my screen because we will have first discussion, I would say, on an important topic is the impact of the pandemic on EU policies and EU governance. So we will have our students discussing during 20 minutes, more or less, depending on their, I would say, the extent of their contribution about something important, what at IIS we call the game changers of the EU governance and EU policy, the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, European Union, as other countries in the world, were hit I would say, by this pandemics. And it was, first of all, emergency crisis, crisis management. Of course, we discussed the preparedness of our system of governance to deal with this crisis and this virus. Of course, we request agility, interoperationality in a multi-level governance system from local to global. We learn lessons as well during this pandemic, and I think that is really important. We learn how to be resilient vis-à-vis of this pandemic, but also all the crises, as you know, unfortunately, it the European Union and all the countries in the different continents. We will evaluate the impact on our policies, on our agility to manage this crisis, but also the impact on the governance system itself and how strategically we change our priorities. But I will not take too much. I have some lesson learned, but it will be after the presentation of our colleague, and I will immediately pass the floor for 5 minutes to pinpoint the different idea, and then I will pass the floor to Nicoletta from Moldova and from Oradea University. Are you with us? You have the floor. Nicoletta? If not, I will pass the floor to our... Okay, Nicoletta, you can open your camera and go ahead.
Yes. Los saludos. Los pido disculpas porque presentaré mi ponencia en español y intentaré hacer una conclusión en francés. No puedo en inglés. Yo hablaré del impacto de la pandemia en las políticas del UE. Quiero decir que la pandemia de COVID-19 provocó la recesión más profunda de la posguerra en Europa. El crecimiento anual del PIB real en la UE fue de 2% de media. El brote de la pandemia COVID-19 causó al menos 872,000 muertes. Las restricciones impuestas para contener la pandemia provocaron la recesión más profunda. Como he dicho, el impacto se dejó sentir más en las regiones del sur, sobre todo en la que depende del turismo. Aquí la reducción del número de horas trabajadas y la caída del PIB fueron más pronunciadas. Las restricciones de viaje han afectado no solo al sector turístico, sino también a las zonas fronterizas, donde la gente no puede cruzar la frontera nacional para trabajar o acceder a servicios. Gracias a los programas de mantenimiento del empleo, el impacto sobre el empleo y el desempleo ha sido mucho menor que la reducción de las horas trabajadas. De este modo, la UE ha podido evitar un aumento espectacular del desempleo. El número de personas que trabajan normalmente desde casa se ha duplicado. El mayor aumento se produjo en muchas de las regiones capitales. Estas regiones suelen tener una economía de servicios mejor desarrollada, albergan actividades laborales que pueden realizarse más fácilmente a distancia, cuentan con una mano de obra altamente cualificada y una infraestructura informática de alta calidad. Todos estos factores han facilitado el crecimiento del número de personas que trabajan desde casa. Para proteger el empleo y las empresas, la UE ha adoptado normas temporales sobre ayudas estatales que permiten a los Estados miembros prestar apoyo financiero a las empresas y los ciudadanos que atraviesan dificultades debido al impacto negativo de la pandemia de COVID-19 en la economía. Entre las primeras medidas coordinadas a escala de la UE figura el establecimiento de carriles verdes que los Estados miembros han acordado para permitir la circulación de mercancías dentro de Europa, permitiendo excepciones y flexibilizando los procedimientos de control de las mercancías entregadas y del personal. En febrero de 2022, en vista de las continuas perturbaciones del tráfico ferroviario causadas por la pandemia, el Consejo prorrogó las medidas de emergencia establecidas en octubre de 2020 para este sector hasta el 30 de junio de 2022. Las medidas ofrecen a los Estados miembros la posibilidad de conceder exenciones de determinados cánones de infraestructura a las empresas ferroviarias, garantizando al mismo tiempo el reembolso oportuno a los proveedores de infraestructuras. En plano de la política monetaria, en marzo de 2020, el Banco Central Europeo anunció un programa de compras de emergencia por valor de 75 millones de euros. El programa recibió un nuevo impulso en el 4 de junio de 2020 con 80 millones de euros adicionales. La pandemia de COVID-19 provocó la recesión más profunda y en toda Europa y en el resto del mundo, la crisis ha dado lugar a respuestas políticas sin precedentes en un intento de mitigar los efectos del choque y fortalecer la recuperación. En francés, je peux dire que la pandémie de COVID-19 a eu un impact signifiant sur la politique de l'Union européenne. L'UE a été confrontée à une crise sanitaire sans précédent qui a mis à rude épreuve ses institutions et sa solidarité interne. L'une des principales conséquences de la pandémie a été la mise en place d'un fonds de relance à l'UE pour aider les États membres à surmonter les conséquences économiques de la crise. Dans l'ensemble, la pandémie de COVID-19 a eu un impact sur la politique et en mettant en évidence à la fois la force et la faiblesse de l'intégration européenne, je pense. Car l'UE a réussi à surmonter la crise en renforçant sa solidarité interne et en adoptant des mesures ambitieuses pour relancer l'économie. Cependant, la pandémie a également souligné le défi auquel l'UE doit faire face en matière de santé, de politique publique, de démocratie et de relations internationales.
Thank you very much for your contribution, which I would say underline key element and key impact of the pandemics on the, I would say, economic and political crisis in Europe, but also the different, I would say, impact on work system, but as well as the circulation of goods and services, the circulation of the person. I will pass the floor to Mohan, who is already, I would say, who already deal with this problem during our master courses. Thus, Mohan, could you also provide us with your view how the pandemic impact the European Union policies and governance?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Madam, for giving me the spur. So I would like to thank you for inviting us in this project. It's an honor for us to participate in this project. So I won't be late. So I would like to talk about the impact of the pandemic on the European Union policies. So the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the world, affecting virtually every aspect of society. So the European Union, with its 27 member states and diverse population, has faced unique challenges in responding to the crisis. So the pandemic has put the pressure on the European Union's healthcare systems. So this caused widespread economic instability. So this accelerated the shift towards digitalization. So it has also highlighted the need for better coordination and support for vulnerable groups. So there's this question I will explore the impact of the pandemic of the European Union and its member states. So, and how the European Union dealt with this pandemic. So I divided this introduction into three categories. So the first one is the impact on the health. So the pandemic has put the European Union's healthcare system under immense pressure, so highlighting the need for better coordination and preparedness for future health crises. So the European Union's response to the pandemic has included activating its civil protection mechanism. So this allowed for the coordination of for resources such as, for example, medical equipments and personnel between member states. So the European Union has also worked to ensure the availability and accessibility of vaccines through the European Union medicines agencies and the European Union Commission. In the second field, the impact of the pandemic in the economy field. So the pandemic has had a significant impact on the European Union's economy, causing widespread job losses and economic instability. So the European Union has launched several initiatives to mitigate the economic impact of the pandemic. So including, for example, the big project, which is the Next Generation European Union Recovery Plan, which aims to provide the financial support to member states and help them recover from the economic fallout. So about this economic, so the European Union has also taken steps to support small and medium-sized enterprises, which have been particularly affected by the pandemic. In the third field, which is the impact on the society, so COVID-19 has forced many aspects of daily life to shift online, highlighting the importance of reliable and efficient digital infrastructure. So the European Union has responded by investing in its digital infrastructure, including the launch of the European Digital Single Market. So the pandemic has also highlighted the need for better social protection and support of vulnerable groups, such as the elderly and low-income families. The European Union has taken steps to address these issues, including the activation of the European Globalization Adjustment Fund, which provides support to workers who have lost their jobs to the COVID-19. So there is significant effects of this impact. So, for example, the increased cooperation, which is the effect of this pandemic. So the need for increased cooperation among the European Union member states to effectively address the crisis. This had led to increased coordination and the implementation of common policies to address pandemic challenges, so including the public health, economies, and the migration. And there is a massive investment. For example, how I said before, the next generation European Union plan, requiring massive investment to support the businesses and workers affected by the crisis. So the European Union has established a 715 billion euro economic recovery plan. Also, there is the effect of solidarity. So this pandemic COVID-19 has also tested solidarity among European Union member states, particularly when it comes to the fair distribution of vaccines and personal protective equipments. So it has also intensified the differences among member states and highlighted the challenges of the European Union faces in maintaining lasting solidarity among its members. The fourth one is the agility. So the pandemic has forced the European Union to be more agile in implementing its policies, resulting in changes to certain policies to adapt the unique challenges of the pandemic. This has also shown the need for the European Union to continue to be agile and responsive to address future challenges. So we can conclude this impacts. So the COVID pandemic has presented significant challenges for the European Union, but it has also provided an opportunity for the European Union to demonstrate its strength in crisis management and to work towards a more unified and resilient Europe. By working together, the European Union and its member states can overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic and build a better future for all Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohan, to pinpoint about the agility of European Union for managing crisis, and it's one key thing, and we will see later on how it impacts as well on the governance system of EU and the future of European Union. Now we will listen to Miela Cretu from Romania, who is a student at Oradea University.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I cannot connect my camera right now, but I'll try to fix it a few minutes later. So, dear academic representatives, dear professor and colleagues, it's a pleasure to be at this conference and discuss about the image of European Union, both externally and internally. In this context, I'll talk about upgrading the transport green lines to keep the economy going during the COVID-19 pandemic. Also about transport and logistics. So how European Union manage this problem. Freight transport is systematically relevant for the Union in keeping its economy in motion both internally and internationally. At the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in early spring 2020, with the aim to protect public health, member states often closed their borders in a fragmented and most of the times uncoordinated manner, including for the circulation of goods. This caused initially a disruption of the single market with long waiting times for freight vehicles at borders and cargo flights to stop, triggering shortage and uncertainty in the supply of goods. It resulted in panic buying, and also people started to buy a lot of essential medical goods, and we all remember what happened at the beginning of March 2020. So that the Commission therefore adopted the Green Lines communication at the beginning of the month as a follow-up to guidelines for border management measures to protect health and ensure the ability of goods and essential services. The central concept of these green lines is to guarantee the continued functioning of supply chains in the single market and to avoid possible shortages. It stipulates that freight vehicles should not face more than 50 minutes per total delay in a crossing internal border in this trans-European transport network. The Central Green Line maximum waiting times target has been met at most road borders. At the end of March 2020, truck border crossing times were very high with long waiting times. So we speak about between, for example, between Germany and Poland, where from 20 to 15 kilometers, between Germany and France, more than 20 kilometers, between Czech Republic and Germany, also around 20 kilometers, which means a lot of wasted time. Other borders were showing waiting times between from 1 to 3 hours between France and Germany, usually between Slovenia and Croatia, and also between Germany and Belgium. If unaddressed, this situation could have led to collapse of the internal market for goods and the disruption of supply chains. Passenger traffic also came to a halt during the height of the pandemic crisis. So because of the action taken at European Union level, implemented in full cooperation with European Union member states, this continued to flow. And in order to support freight flows and the transport industry, ensure the availability of support chains, and prevent new shortages of products, it is now the time to ensure that the necessary traffic management support services and equipment are put in place to minimize delays and also to prevent future crises. This all means the guaranteeing fluidity of freight, supporting essential transport workers, doing better in multimodal logistics, we could say, and providing minimum connectivity for passengers at all times. So that in conclusion, I could say coordination, cooperation, and transparency have proved to be indispensable and will continue to be. So keeping this single market fit for future crises, it's a must for European Union. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution with a really special focus on the fluidity of product change and also the transport, of course, over the frontier and the new frontier designed by the COVID and by the pandemic, which affect, I would say, transportation of person and goods and services, of course. And it's an interesting focus on the crisis. I will pass the floor to Alina from Romania, from Cluj-Napocan University. And Alina, you have the floor for 5 minutes to outline your viewpoint on this pandemic and European Union.
Thank you very much, Madame Maron. I would like to share my screen if that's possible. I will try. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much for the confirmation. Okay, so I am really pleased to be here to share some insights on the impact of the pandemic on the EU policy on educational issues. And my departing point is this quote from an article published in Policy and Society, written by Adrian Zancajo and his colleagues, stating that COVID-19 constituted a strong and multidimensional shock with sufficient destabilization and disruptive capacity to evolve into some form of paradigmatic and path-departing policy change. And this quote has led me to ask myself, how has the pandemic shaped or impacted the EU policy on educational issues? And I have focused here on three key actions: the European education area, the Digital Education Action Plan, and the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which are all have in common the education field and also also take into considerations the lessons learned from the pandemic. As we can see from the breakdown of social expenditure from the Recovery and Resilience Plan, education has been allotted one of the highest amounts together with healthcare, which means that it is in one of the top priorities for the European Union as a strategy. And I would like now to just highlight some important, to highlight from the Digital Education Action Plan some pandemic-related actions proposed, which are the need to improve the use of technology on education and training. There is more need for focus on blended mobility and learning. There is a need to adapt the pedagogies and develop digital skills, the need to tackle the global digital divide, which is supposed to be reflected in international cooperation programs, and of course, a need for closer cooperation and exchange on digital education at EU level. And the two priorities of the Digital Education Plan are developing a high-performing digital education ecosystem. Here I just put two actions: the need to address the technology gaps, the need to address unequal access, for instance, on socioeconomic or rural urban grounds. And the second priority on enhancing the digital skills and competencies for the digital transformation. One of the key actions is that everybody or everyone in the EU should acquire a basic understanding of new and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. And there is a need that education and training institutions have to be aware of the opportunities and challenges created by artificial intelligence. These are just very few actions. There are more, of course. Blended learning, I've considered it's important also to mention. It has been already implemented at EU and national level in the aftermath of a council recommendation. It is needed for high quality and inclusive primary and secondary education to enhance resilience of education and training systems post-COVID. And just some of the priorities included in the recommendations of the resilience plan. The member states should focus on inclusive and quality education and skill systems. There should be affordable quality early childhood education and care. Early school leaving prevention is important. Equal conditions for digital education. Catch-up classes for disadvantaged students to compensate for school lockdowns. This happens also in Romania at the actual moment. Upskilling and reskilling opportunities, in particular related to the twin transitions. And in conclusion, and this is what also the academic literature states. The pandemic has mobilized or accelerated the already existing aspects needed for the creation of more resilient education policies, ready to build systems able to cope with the requirements of the future. These are the references that I've used, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alina. It's a specific sector which was highly impacted by the pandemic, and we have still to take into account these impacts and these strategies for a new model of education in all the level of educational system, I would say, and for more resilient educational policies. And European Union has a strong, I would say, strategy with its agency about how to upskilling and reskilling people, and especially also in the vocational education and training, for making them with the adequate skill and capabilities and competencies. It's also our accreditation of program for university program, with including the digitalization of some segments of the educational program. This is an important sector as well, clearly highlighted by your presentation. Thank you for this. Thus, last but not least, and I think that we maintain our schedule and fair repartition of the contribution, I will ask our colleague Arturo Brito from Bolivia to I would say to address the challenge of this pandemic for with his perspective. Are you with us? I will try to identify you. Let me check. I think he is not connected for the moment. Maybe we'll connect later. So I would like to thank you, the contributor, for the moment. And I will try to wrap up a little bit about our session. Of course, we have some key elements about response to the pandemic by European governance system and public administration. The first one is concerned the immediate response to the pandemic, what we call shock, is strengthening collective preparedness, response capacity, and resilience for two future crises. And we know what it means for the moment. Of course, the pandemic generates other crises, as for example, and it was mentioned during the presentation, the food crisis or the service and food delivery crisis. Thus, we have to be prepared for the future, and the preparedness cope with the alignment with other supranational organizations as Health Worldwide Organization, and it cope with different toolkits for preparedness. The European response to the pandemic was also an unprecedented indicator of deepening European integration, but also signals of some weakness. The recovery plan, what we call next generation EU, is an historical tentative for revival of European integration in turbulent time, I would say like this, after several failures and successive crises since EU origin, is a shift in budgeting for the future. And some of our analysts told us it's a road to true power for European Union, and also it's a shift for financing green, digital, and sustainable future. It's a large amount of money, but it's also, I would say, real European Commission decision, and it's the first time in the EU history. It's really a shift in budgeting the future policy of European Union. The pandemic was an opportunity for questioning the rule of law, data protection, liberties, freedom, rights, of course, mobility freedom. We had some restriction. We question the way of regulate this freedom and to regulate our borders, our frontier. We question also the legitimacy of the measure taken by a European level of governance. This is also a way of questioning the decision-making process of EU and questioning our democracy and democratic system. We can underline the importance of the territorial governance from local to prefectural to regional level, and its reactivity to crisis management, the response to the pandemic by local and regional authorities was important to support the EU level and the national level. Importance of territorial evidence. There are a lot of disparities in Europe, and all the region and all the country are not fully equipped vis-à-vis of this type of crisis. Is also true for disaster management. And we had also other catastrophe and disaster proving that I would say that the territorial coordination between territories in Europe is also important. We can also measuring the role of the citizen and NGO in managing crisis is what we call co-producing solution. Without some NGO and support on the ground, is not possible to provide support to vulnerable people. And it's also important. It's also true in educational system. Sometimes solidarity between citizens was the key for supporting educational system in case of disruption. It's also reconciling resilience challenge to the shock of the pandemic with the sustainable development goals for the future and the sustainability challenge. We have crisis versus SDGs, but we can have crisis and sustainability solution in the future. Is really difficult because as you know, whole European Union and other country and other continent are in a polycrisis is a term, or meta-crisis system for the moment is a storm. This is difficult. It questioned the European agenda setting, changing all the time priorities, health, sustainability, but also energy now. Crisis management performance, the COVID-19 as a test case, and it was really well demonstrated by our colleague and the literature. For example, Aaron Ball say that the COVID-19 pandemic was really a shock test for a crisis management in Europe and better coordination. So some keyword now, and maybe further think tank. I would say that European Union has assumed a clear role in organizing the resilience and the response, and in terms of coordination, and continue that role in the case of Ukraine crisis and war. The accumulation of cross-sectorial, and it's also important, is multi-level, but also cross-sectorial crisis tool, routine as well, because it becomes a routine, and it's a way to preparedness of our system for future crisis, is the most remarkable developments in EU for the moment. EU rotating presidency should handle with agility this issue, what we call sometimes neglect problem, put on the agenda, on the top agenda. Health was not at the top agenda of European Union at all. It was a neglected problem, a neglected issue on European agenda, but also on national agenda. Less investment in healthcare is an indicator that we neglect this part of our duties vis-à-vis of European citizens and nationals. EU may be less sui generis, but more reactive as a polity than traditionally theorized, I would say, and more oriented to crisis management for the moment, because we have a non-president storm for European Union. And the European Union is working on various fronts to improve its ability to respond to crisis and enhance its resilience. Signal, and there is no many signal institutionally, but one signal is that European Union, after long requests, establish a group on governance, an expert group for governance and public administration improvement. It's a huge signal that is necessary to think ahead from the crisis. And our next conference, it will be steering European Union through polycrisis, meta-crisis storm, and the role of public administration and governance. It will be held in Zagreb, but we also have to reconcile and to reconcile sustainability and crisis management. And I think it's not for a short term, but a long term, I would say, agenda for European Union. I was very, very pleased to listen to the contribution of our PhD and master student from both sides, and it is nice, and I hope that Arturo will listen to us, because it's a record and he can also afterward contribute. Thank you very much. I think that we are few minutes late, but we start late. But and I pass the floor to my colleagues, Johan and our colleague on site. I would say for the net, Alexandra, for the next topic is also an interesting one, migration. Please.
Alexandra.
Thank you very much, Professor Maron, and thank you to all the PhD and master students that explained us the situation in Europe, and so we can see from here what was happening and all the measures that were taken in front of this pandemic that was a surprise and a tragic surprise for many, for all the countries in the world. Thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce the chairman of the next subject that we're going to approach today. I'll give the baby Mariana Reintler-Huesca from the Warsaw School of Economics in Poland is in the room.
Yes, hello everyone.
Marta Pachoka. Okay.
So hello
please,
everyone.
I give you the word.
Okay, thank you very much, dear colleagues, for having me here and my students from Warsaw School of Economics. And especially I would like to express my merci for Johan Horga, that is a great colleague of mine and also a great researcher in the field of border issues and migration studies. So also I would like to stress that this is very important that we have this kind of event within the Jean Monnet framework. So it's not the purely academic conference for ourselves, so researchers, but we are trying to have this co-design, a co-creative process of involving our students at different level, so master level, PhD level, into this discussion about what is really important and what are the current issues of the European and not only reality. So just to focus on the topic, because we are a bit late and I will do my best to close this session 20 to 6. The topic is migration policies and management in the European Union. So just few words as an introduction, just to give the floor to our speakers. So we see that the migration situation in Europe, including the EU, but also its neighborhood, is very complex, especially since early 2000. So we are just after one big refugee and migration management crisis between 2015 and 2017. Then we were faced as the people, the countries, and this international organization by another crisis regarding the mobility restrictions and mobility issues. And this was the subject of the previous session. So COVID-19, it was not only about the public health management aspect, but also everything what regards broadly understood migration within the country and international migration management. And now, since late 2022, we are facing a new migration-related challenge, or even the structural issue, because this is something much bigger. This is not only migration, it's not only about humanitarian issues, it's also about the geopolitical game and struggle that really may influence where we will be in a few years. So this is just about full-scale aggression of Russia in Ukraine, and Poland is very close to this situation. You know it well. I hope that in some speeches it will be elaborated. So this is the picture. What is on the side of the EU is not the fully centralized migration policy, because as we know, the EU migration policy is based on shared competence. So it's co-created and co-implemented by EU institutions and by the EU member state governments. So this is like a two-sided game where we have different interests. In terms of key documents, we have two different strategic migration documents in recent years. Just to remind you, European Agenda on Migration from May 2015, and the new one, Pact on Migration and Asylum, that just was communicated by von der Leyen. So where we are today, what are the challenges? What might be the answers? What are the insights from our colleagues inside the EU member states, but also from outside? This is to be covered by our speakers, and we have 6 speakers from Togo, Mali, Poland, Romania, Ukraine, and Bolivia. And each of you has 5 minutes, and I will be very strict in terms of time because we have to stick to the agenda. And instead of my final conclusions, I would be more than happy to have your own comments or questions to your colleagues, because I think this is the added value, not my voice, but your own exchange of views. So now I would like to give the floor to the first of our dear speakers. So Ayama Alice Fieno Nivesome from Togo. Are you with us? Could you please say hello? Yes. Perfect. So the floor is yours. You have, honey, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay,
Hello.
thank you. I will share my screen.
Drisa, but now it's turn of Ayama Alice.
Yes, I know, because
you share the screen because I can't.
Okay, so you are together, yes? So
yes.
You're cooperating. Okay, so perfect, just to keep the agenda.
Okay.
But for me, it's
I can start while he's checking. So thank you for the opportunity who is given to me to talk. So I will start by quoting Nicolas Sarkozy, former president of France, who said, "Whoever has the misfortune to immigrate once, just once, will always remain a metaculturalist all his life and a foreigner everywhere, even in his country of origin. This is the cause of us immigrants." Migration is defined by the Petit Robert as the movement of people from one country to another to settle there. This massive movement of people to other horizons is due to several factors, including political crisis, wars, famine, studies, the search for a more stable environment, and Europe has always been the favorite destination of most of these displaced people. Having no other choice than to regulate these incessant entries on the European territory, the European Union had to intervene. According to the third of the Treaty of European Union, the Union offers its citizens an area of freedom, security, and justice without internal borders, in which the free movement of persons is ensured in conjunction with appropriate measures on external borders control, asylum, immigration, and the prevention and combating of crime. The Libyan and Syrian crisis of 2015 and the resulting increase in migration flows have reopened the debate on the migration issue, which continues to divide the countries of the Union. What challenge does migration represent for the European Union? To answer this question, the answer to this question will lead us to analyze in first part the European policies of the management of the migratory flows. In a second part, we will see the divergence which exists within the organization on the management of this problem. Finally, we will talk about the adaptations that the European Union must make to its migratory policy. So, the European Union has different policies on legal and illegal migration. For legal migration, we can quote the Blue Card Directive, who was adopted to attract highly skilled workers from non-EU countries. In 2016, the European Union adopted a directive setting out the conditions of entry and residence of third country nationals for the purpose of research, study, training, and volunteering. For illegal migration, to stem the flow of illegal migration, a source of loss of human life, the heads of states or governments of the European Union have strengthened their presence at sea with the aim of preventing illegal migration flows. Instruments have therefore been put in place, such as a CAPNAV format, to fight against network and smugglers and human traffickers in the Mediterranean. The Return Directive is also one of the European Union's policies to combat illegal migration. This policy establishes the rules for returning illegal staying nationals to their country of origin. We can also quote the Eurodac regulation, a strategy who consists of helping member states to ensure better monitoring of the journey of asylum seekers and people in irregular situations within the EU. The filtering regulation, this consists in reinforcing the control of people at the borders. However, despite the Union's commitment to better management of these migratory flows, there are many differences on how to manage this crisis. I will give the floor to Idrissa, who will talk to you about this part. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will try to present the second part of this presentation. I will try to present the difference within the European Union regarding the application of this policy. Although the European Union is committed to be a better management of this crisis, it must be recognized that member states are not able to pool their respective strengths to address this problem. The first divergence is the lack of solidarity among member states. In 2020, Malta complained about this lack of solidarity. Indeed, Maltese leaders denounced the lack of support from other members in managing the migration crisis. There is also the question about the question of the distribution of migrants. Some countries, notable Greece, are complaining, and rightly so, that the lack of a firm European Union policy on immigration has resulted in an illegal treatment of migrants by many member states of the Union. Just recently, there was a diplomatic row between Italy and France about on the same issue concerning the Viking ships. After I'll try to present the last party. I will try to speak about the need to review European migration policy. For some time now, European leaders have understood the need to implement certain measures to better manage the ever-changing migration crisis. In February in 2023, the leaders, after discussions on the migration crisis, tried to implement some measures, which are the strengthening of the external action of the European Union, a return and readmission, the control of the external border of the European Union, data on migration flows, etc. In conclusion, the migration crisis of 2015 has highlighted the need for the European Union to put in place a better migration policy that will be respected by all member countries without prejudice to any. It is also necessary for the European Union to put in place policies that are more respectful of human rights. While the European Union has made great strides in this direction, the recent crisis of the Viking ship has shown that the Union still has a long way to go. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ayama, Alice, and Idrissa. I was not aware that you will present together, so that's perfect that you contributed together with this good overview of the EU migration policy framework and EU migration governance, referring also to what I've mentioned, so the recent events and EU migration policy. So now I would like to move to our third speaker and our second speech, and it will be my colleague from Poland, Marianna. Are you with us?
Yeah, I am here. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
So the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, professor, and dear students and dear organizers. As Professor Pachodska said at the beginning, the European Union migration policy is really complex issue. Therefore, I decided to focus only on one specific aspect that I'm more concerned, and it's the topic is how the European Union migration policy impacts the civil society actors who act in solidarity with migrants. During European refugee crisis in 2015-2017, we observed many accusations and prosecutions towards volunteers and people providing humanitarian assistance to refugees. For example, during search and rescue in Mediterranean Sea. And now, unfortunately, we can see, we can observe a replay here in Poland on the Polish-Belarusian border, because since 2021 there has been a humanitarian crisis. And many activists and NGOs decided to come and to provide with help with legal, medical, or assistance and materials such as clothes or medicines. And unfortunately, they are still intimidated. And sometimes even formally accused for their help. So the question is why it's happening and how can we change it? So in European Union migration policy, one of the goals is the combating illegal immigration and thus also fighting the migrant smuggling. And since 2002, there are a set of directives in force called facilitator package that defines what is it migrant smuggling, and it specifies what actions should be sanctioned. So the facilitator package says that everybody who is helping or organizing entry or transit through the member state territory for irregular migrants should be penalized, and everybody who is providing accommodation or a shelter for irregular migrants and gain any financial profit should be penalized. Unfortunately, there is no direct information that activists who work with humanitarian goals shouldn't be penalized. There is only indication that each member state can decide by its own whether to penalize a humanitarian activist or not. Therefore, only 6 European countries included this aspect in their law, but still after some research, unfortunately, even majority of these countries, I mean, we could see the examples of formal accusations of activists. So, to sum up, I'd like to say that in many academic papers, but also in working papers and analysis performed specifically on behalf of European Commission, researchers say that this directive has a strong negative impact on NGOs and volunteers. But still, since 2002, this directive didn't change. And I really hope that
thanks to bringing this into discussion, we can have an impact, and we can think about other solutions. Just maybe one comment I wanted to add, that after my research, for my master thesis, I found out a lot of methods and tools that service public service, such as police or border guards, are using to intimidate humanitarian activists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mariana. And now, very smoothly, I would like to move to Madalina from Romania.
Hello.
Yes, hi, I see you.
Okay, I will share my screen because I have a presentation.
Okay, please do this.
Can you see it?
Not yet.
I think
you should use, for sure, you know how to use this Zoom options with sharing screen.
But I say
it doesn't matter. I will just openly speak about.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I'm Madalina Popa, PhD candidate at Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca, but I'm also a legal practitioner with migration in Bucharest. This presentation is an overview on MENA migration in Europe. It's also the subject of my thesis. And I can say that it started with 2010 with the Arab Spring, which is the main generator of migration flows in Europe. And the numbers of migrants coming into Europe in searching of asylum and protection have been increasing until 2015, when it was a peak in migration, with over 1.3 million migrants coming in Europe searching for protection, mainly from Syria. And they 90% went to Germany because German activated the open hands, open arms policy to welcome the Syrians into their country. And they did that as solutions for their demographic problems, national demographic problems, as they seized this as an opportunity for Germany. Germany also wanted to be an example for the other member states to share responsibility for the millions of migrants coming from Middle East, North Africa. Unfortunately, the other member states didn't see this also as opportunity to have new labor force in their country, but continue to focus on the security issues, for which were always prioritized to the integration of to the protection and integration of refugees. As we know, the routes of migration changed throughout the years from 2010 to today. The North Africa migrants, Libya, Tunis, Somalia, and so on, entered the European Union by risking their life on Mediterranean Sea, entering through Spain, Portugal, Italy, and even Greece. But the other ones coming from Middle East took the land line and come by walking or even risking their lives on the Black Sea from Turkey, and they entered Turkey, and from Turkey to Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and to the Western countries. Migration comes with challenges, as my previous colleagues talked. The challenges including social challenges, languages, barriers, economical and medical problems. They come with a lot of new illnesses, but mainly migration generates security challenges. And this is one of the main issues that I'm addressing in my the thesis, because the security issues are the priority for European leaders and is the new trend in migration in Europe. I'm saying that because throughout the years, in order to address effective and humane solutions for the managing of migration, states have started building fences at their borders in order to prevent further evolution of the migration to the Central, even Western countries. And we can see here, sorry, you don't have the presentation. There's a fence at the border with Greece and Turkey in order to prevent that those over 5 million refugees resting in Turkey right now. And even European Union negotiated a deal with Turkey to keep those 5 million refugees in Turkey and not letting them to come on the European soil. And walls are also created at the borders, Greece with Turkey, Macedonia with Greece, Kosovo, Hungary with Serbia, Croatia, and Slovenia, Austria with Slovenia, and even UK with France. So the routes of migration were changed because of these fences at the borders, but didn't manage to stop migration at all. Because of a lot of situation in which European Union member states failed to share responsibility to act together to implement effective and unified programs for integration of migrants. A new pact for migration and asylum was proposed in 2020 by the European Commission, which comes with a new framework in order to change the existing laws and policies, and even directives will become regulations, because if the member states don't understand to address voluntary the challenging of migration, they have to do it by force, because we have to be a European Union. And the new pact comes with more effective procedures, because the ones that we already have they are not so humane, they lack respecting human rights. The new pact comes with a well-managed system to address Schengen area and external borders, more effective solidarity, as I said before. The new pact wants to attract new skills and talents for the labor market and for effective integration of the migrants. And also one of the main goal of the pact is to act together and deepen international partnership in addressing migration. As we know, pandemic has affected asylum too, with restrictions and no entry policy. And even in the pandemic, member states said that migrants should not cross their borders for hygienic and for security reasons addressing to pandemic, but the main reason of no entry policy was also to prevent the new security challenges for the national security. And pandemic was just a new motivation for not letting migrants in. So a lot of migrants remain in the country where they were, for example, Serbia, Turkey. They couldn't go further because the pandemic started and the borders were closed. So even on the territory, asylum and integration of migrants was affected by pandemic, with delays and with procedures put on hold. And now I have
Madalina, could you please roll up, because we should keep, yes, slowly, but it's time.
One more aspect to be addressed here is that in 2020, the war in Ukraine generated a high number of migrants, and it's also comparable with the one in 2015. Somehow the history is now returning, and the provisions for 2023 is that the war will escalate in Ukraine, and a new wave will be generated, new challenges, and new numbers in migration in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm really taking a lot of notes based on all your speeches to have this common picture and points of what you've been all presenting. Now I'm moving to our next speaker, Anastasia Lendel from Ukraine. Are you with us, Anastasia?
Yes, again.
Yes, I see you. Are you going to share any slides?
Yes, I'm going to.
Let's
just
try.
a second.
Okay,
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it. So you can use the option full screen if it will work.
Now do you see full screen?
No, but let's leave it as it is. Now, yes.
Perfect.
So please proceed, honey, 5 minutes.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for opportunity to participate in this conference. And I would like to thank to my colleague for pointing out on the migration of Ukrainians, because we'll have now a smooth transition, as I'm going to focus in my presentation mainly on the overview of how the migration of Ukrainians during war happened. First of all, I would like to consider and take a look at that graph, how it happened before the war. So we can see that the number of residence permits which have been issued in the EU to Ukrainians began rapidly increasing since 2014, when the Ukrainian Revolution happened, and the people in Ukraine have clearly defined that they want to follow the European path, and it had been increasing with the annexation of Crimea and other events taking place. And the significant fall we can see in 2020, which can be obviously connected to also the COVID-19 pandemic. But then again, it began to be rapidly increasing in 2020 and 2021. Also, it's important to take a look at account that the residence permit were mainly issued on a temporary basis with duration less than 12 months and a bit less, but also the duration of more than 12 months for the few years the residence permit have been issued. Talking about the situation in 2022, big number of people, so to say, a statistic said 5 billion of Ukrainians internally displaced or fleeing abroad to seeking the asylum. And you responded rapidly, showed solidarity in action by helping people in need, which included the direct humanitarian aid, emergency civil protection assistance, support at the borders, and also granting protection to those fleeing the war and entering the EU. And also, it's important to mention that for the first time in history, the European Union activated the Temporary Protection Directive, setting the legal rules to help manage the mass arrival of people. And also in parallel, European Commission quickly began to coordinate the EU countries to gather information about the situation, about trafficking and entering of the migrants to the EU. As we can see from this moving pictures with statistics, in September 2022, among those EU members where the data is available, Poland has granted the highest number of temporary protection statuses to Ukrainian, and as a consequence of Russian invasion, which was also followed by Germany, Romania, Spain, and Ireland. And compared to August 2022, the number of Ukrainians receiving temporary protection also was falling in 18 out of 25 member states, and the largest decrease also were observed in Poland. It is important to mention that 30% of Ukrainians seeking protection in Germany were children, and Germany granted the highest number of temporary protections exactly for Ukrainian children. In this context, we consider children as people who are under 18 years old, and also followed by Poland and Romania, who have also granted the most number of protections to Ukrainian children. Children below the age of 14 represented 61 to 87 of all children that were granted the temporary protection. And also regarding the gender distribution, it's important to mention that predominantly female Ukrainians are seeking protection in EU member states. In the EU member states for which data are available, mainly females were granted, and the largest number were again granted in Poland, representing 63% of Ukrainians, and then Germany and Romania. Also, the largest number of males who were receiving the protections were in Germany, Poland, and Romania once again. And the question is staying about the equal distribution of the migrants across the countries, because we can clearly see that in all the dimensions there are dominating countries who are helping to receive migrants. The question is going to also to the European Union, how many more it is possible to be accepted of people. And I guess I will be the first one to evoke the question regarding the Ukraine, how significant will be the brain drain in general throughout this period when the war will be going on. As the polls have shown in the autumn that 85% of people are being currently abroad are willing to return to Ukraine as the situation escalates down. However, this number can be changing regarding to the worsening or the improvement of the situation on the front line. However, it can be clearly seen that the brain drain is inevitable, but what is debatable is the extent of which the brain drain will be happening. Talking about the international aid, it had been significant and very helpful for those people which were seeking the protection. And such organization as UNICEF, International Rescue Committee.
Remarks, okay, because we have to be within our time.
Yeah, and they began accepting monetary donations to help refugees. And for example, other organizations, Ukrainian ones, began fundraising different campaigns, for example, GoFundMe, to raise money for specific causes. And also it's important to mention that UNICEF is helping the Ukrainian children and refugees also by providing essential health services, safe drinking water supplies, and others as education and protection. By my side, it's everything, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I want really to be on time because then we have more time for your brief discussion between yourself and my final comment. So now the very last speaker from Bolivia, Mihaela Victoria. Are you with us? I do not hear you.
She is with another address, I think, with another, because she was having some difficulties to enter.
Okay, so anyway, Mihaela Victoria from Bolivia, Political Science Faculty. If you are with us, even with another address or name, could you please let us know?
She wrote just a minute ago and she said, I'm with difficulties, I'm gonna go to another email.
I cannot see her.
Okay. So maybe you
can,
in a meantime, you may try to fix the technical issue with her email, and we will proceed with the brief discussion of the papers we've heard. And then if she managed to join us, then we will give her the floor. So we've heard 5 voices, 4 speeches, some of them with slides, some without, but it does not matter. In fact, it's what the message was. I took very carefully the notes following your stories, and the picture, how you see or how you perceive or portray the development in Europe or outside in different dimensions is very coherent. So it also shows me what the youth may have in their mind. What is your framework? So we've heard about the general context of migration governance at the EU level. This was delivered by Ayama and Drisa. And you've mentioned the issue of lack of solidarity, revision of the EU migration policy. You refer to 2015 migration crisis and the topic of human rights, let's say, challenges. Then we had Marianna with her contribution. So it was a detailed case study regarding specifically this context we have here, I mean, on the eastern border of Poland, but at the same time of the EU itself. So what is the situation with, once again, solidarity, social, civil society organizations, activism, their role. So once again, we are on this side of humanitarian issues, human rights issues, being involved in, let's say, migration governance. Also, you mentioned the 2015-2017 migration management crisis, Mediterranean issues, some EU level solutions that were proposed. Then Madalina, a very important voice, because you combined the experience from as a young researcher and practitioner. So this was, in fact, a good overview of this migration crisis of 2015, with some overview of the numbers of applicants for international protection in the EU member states. Also, what we can conclude from your speech is about the shift in migration corridors between different years. So I assume that you referred here to the data provided by Frontex, because they provide this overview, or maybe the new European Asylum Support Office, now EUAA. Human solutions you've mentioned, solutions to migration. I would ask myself how we can solve migration if this is the process. We can address its consequences. We can try to manage, govern the migration process, but we cannot solve it. So this is a good point also to reflect and to discuss how we should perceive migration and what is doable in this field. EU-Turkey statement, not deal, mentioned from March 2016. So still we have in this issue of humanitarian approach, different stakeholders, the role of the EU. Then we move to Anastasia with the very, unfortunately, very up-to-date developments in the migration field. And very often people do not remember that the full-scale war, it's only now, 2022, but everything has started much earlier, so in 2014. So when we say that the war the war started, no, war now started as this full-scale, multi-dimensional issue, but the beginning is much earlier. And as you said, it only increased the scale of migration flows from Ukraine to EU member states. Before, this was mostly about voluntary migration. Now the nature of this migration has changed. It's forced migration. The issue of also the beneficiaries of protection that were delivered, so temporary protection, and international organizations other than EU that provide support. So simply the refugee response plan that is now being implemented in this part of Central and Eastern Europe. So all of you have this, I would say, pro-migration, pro-refugee, pro-humanitarian approach. This is one of the discourses we have at the level of how EU should address migration. Another one is about securitization, border management, border checks. So the solution or the truth is somewhere in between, because these are two different extremes. So we have two different approaches. So usually we should see what is in between. So now my suggestion is to you, I mean, those of you that contributed, do you have any comments to your contributions? Something that should be, or any final thought that you would like to share with us? So I'm now addressing this question to, once again, Ayama, Alice, Drisa, Marianna, Madalina, Anastasia, and maybe Mihaela if she's with us. Would you like to add something? Ask your colleagues.
I would like to add something.
Please.
As a practitioner in a part of social society, actually, I'm part of an NGO working with migrants on the field. I think civil society and even migrants should be part of the decision-making process regarding migration, because a lot of practical issues are not seen or emphasized by the leaders of the European Union somehow. So I think that's one of the reasons that the Dublin regulation didn't work, is because migrants weren't really asked, where do you want to stay, you know? They were forced to stay, for example, in Romania, but they wanted to go just to Germany. So I think sometimes it's even cheaper, more effective, more humane to ask the migrant also about the problems they have and the issue to address.
Thank you, Madalina. So what you just said is about agency of different stakeholders, that true implementation of the concept of MLG in this case. And just to maybe, I assume that you know it and your colleagues, if we want to have more CSO organizations involved, there is a kind of progress now in the EU, because the new European Asylum Support Office, now called the EU Agency for Asylum, developed the new framework of a consultative forum of EUAA with around 101 agencies, including research institutes that are covered. So there is a kind of progress. Let's see how much it will be, how much it will progress. Any other comments, colleagues, because we should finish?
I would make a very short comment. First of all, I would like to thank you for making a very clear statement, and Sarah, you have my full respect and solidarity for saying that the war didn't start on 24th of February 2022, and it was taking roots much earlier to that. And perhaps I would add a little moment that also about the impact of migrations and currently what is happening with Ukrainian migration, that it might be very crucial for Europe also having that people. However, it is also questionable to what extent it will be impacting the labor force. As I have explained in my statistics, that the very much number of people who are migrating are mostly children and women, who are often being like with children and not being able to be participating as a labor force in the countries they were giving the asylum. That's why it also depends on the development of the war, because if it becomes more severe, the more people will become to flee. And also it depends on whether the restriction for men, as with the beginning of war in Ukraine, the men aged from 18 till 60 were restricted from leaving the country. They must stay, that in any case, they will be called to protect the country in the war. That's why it's also a questionable and debatable issue on how will impact this migration, the labor force in the European Union. And I guess with the development of situation, also that might be taken into account.
Anastasia, thank you very much. I think that I will stop here because we can go on with this labor migration also context. So this is really, as you see, a very rich and complex topic, and now also politically fragile, extremely. Yeah, so thank you very much once again for having this great young people as fully fledged speakers. Your discussion, because this is about you and for you, you will create the future of Europe. And just to remind all of us, 2022 was just the European Youth Year. So that's good that we continue with this effort now in 2023. So chapeau bas, mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Marta. I'm guess you find some interesting future collaborator for your research, because I must say that you are one of the best specialists in the migration in Europe. And thank you very much to host these topics. Now I cross to the third topics, coordinated by my friend Alejandra Ramirez from Cochabamba. Please, Alejandra, take your floor.
Thank you, Professor. Well, hello everybody again. And as I told Professor Forga when he invited me to be a chairman of this table and of this event, more than saying something or introducing the subject, I will ask some questions because I have an external perspective of what's happening in this issue that now we're going to approach. That is the EU as global actor, but I mainly have questions about how you see the process and how you see the idea of and the fact of being EU a global actor. In fact, this question was the one that led us, and I'm going to introduce a little bit the module, Jean Monnet module, where this event is taking place. This was a question that led us to present a project to the EU with this Jean Monnet module, because our question was, how did you manage to have an EU community, and what were the problems that existed in order to have this community, and how this community led you be a global actor. And this is why our Jean Monnet module that we're now having, it's taking place, is called the EU diplomacy culture in the community, the Andean community, because here in Latin America we're having many initiatives to have regional blocks, but we're having many problems also. And I think we are gonna, the idea was learning, but also interchanging with what was happening in Europe. So more than introducing, I retake the thing I was saying at the beginning, more than introducing this issue, I'm gonna just give some questions in order that with the expositions we're gonna have, maybe some of them are gonna be approached. So I'm gonna just launch some questions. No, first of all, and the first question I have is how the diplomacy culture in the EU helped to be Europe a global actor, or it doesn't have to have anything with it. Second question, I always have in my when I try to see what's happening in Europe is how the fact of being a global actor is related to the relationships that EU is having with other regional actors, Asian regional actors, Latin American regional actors, North American regional actors, how the EU is as a global actor having relationships with these other blocs, how the fact of being a global actor is allowing or is giving place to the relationships that the Europe has with each particular countries. In Bolivia, for example, the EU has a very important participation and has a very important political role. For example, in the crisis we had in 2019, the EU had a very active role in trying to solve the political crisis we had. I don't know if you know a little bit of the different crises we were having in Bolivia, but in all South American region, and EU had a very important participation. So I always say, how do they manage to have how do they establish their links with every particular country, not only blocks or regional blocks? Another question that we always have, and I'm trying to see from an external perspective, I'm going to give you some ideas from the external perspective about what's happening to the European, to Europe as a global actor, is how do you organize between state members in order to have one only position as a EU global actor? what are the conflicts that emerge in this condition of being a global actors? Because I suppose that when we read all the time about Europe, and we see there are many conflicts among the country members of the EU actors. So how do you manage to conciliate or negotiate one main position? In fact, I think one of the main problems you're having in order to conciliate one position as a EU global actor it has to do with the issue we just approached, the migration issue. So how can you manage to have one's only position? And two other questions that we always have in our discussions when we try to see EU as a global actor is how the Brexit affected this position of Europe as a global actor. And the other question is and the last question, I mean, I'm going to stop there and hear what the students, the PhD and the master students have to say about all these issues, how the Ukraine and Russia war is affecting this position as a global actor. So as I told you in the beginning, I'm not making an introduction because I'm not able to make an introduction. I'm only trying to put in the table some of questions that are always in our debates when we try to see Europe as a global actor. So in order to start to see if you're going to answer these questions or you have another issues that are going to be approached, I'm going to give the word, I'm going to ceder la parole to Kautar Mayoufi from Morocco, and he comes from the University of Rennes. Go ahead, Kautar. I don't know if he's here.
Hello?
Kautar is here?
Yes, we can hear you, Kautar. Could you activate your camera?
Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Olga, for this opportunity.
Microphone.
Okay.
You are deactivated now.
Microphone.
Yes. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As I said, thank you, Mr. Olga, for this opportunity, and Madame Marron, and all the other colleagues and teachers from Bolivia, from Oradea. So I will share my screen with you for my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
No?
Perfect.
Okay. So I will talk about the EU as a global actor and what are the main reasons that we consider the EU as a global actor. So the European Union is a significant global actor with a large economy, a strong diplomatic presence, and a commitment to promoting international cooperation and human rights. The EU plays a major role in trade, development, and climate change policies, and has been actively involved in addressing global challenges such as migration and conflict resolution. Its soft power approach and reliance on multilateralism have allowed the EU to maintain a permanent position in international affairs despite internal challenges and external competition. So we can say that the EU is considered a global actor due to its significant economical, political, and military power. And here are, I choose to talk about 4 main reasons why the EU is considered as a global player or actor. first reason is the economic power. The EU has the world's largest and second largest economy with a GDP of over $16 trillion. It is also the world's largest trading bloc, accounting for about 16% of global trade. And the EU has a common trade policy, which means that it negotiates trade deals with other countries and regions as a single entity. This gives the EU significant bargaining power in trade negotiations and allows it to shape global trade rules. The second main reason is diplomatic power. The EU is represented diplomatically in most countries around the world and is a member of many international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and the World Health Organization. The EU has a common foreign and security policy that allows it to coordinate its diplomatic efforts and speak with one voice on global issues. The third main reason why we consider the EU as a global actor is the military power. The EU has a number of military missions and operations around the world, including peacekeeping and humanitarian missions. The EU also has its own military force, the European Defence Agency, as it's called, which works to coordinate the defense capabilities of its member states. While the EU does not have a standing army, it has the potential to mobilize significant military resources if needed. The fourth main reason is the global policy influence. The EU is active in shaping international policy on a range of issues, including climate change, human rights, and trade. It has been a leader in the fight against climate change, setting ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and promoting clean energy. The EU is also committed to promoting human rights and democracy around the world and provides significant development aid to countries in need. So we can see that overall, the EU's economic, diplomatic, and the military power, along with its involvement in shaping global policy, make it a significant global actor. Thank you so much. That was my intervention.
Thank you, Kautar. So we're gonna give the word, or I don't know how you say céder la parole in English, to Omnia Sdiki from Université de Reims. Can you stop partager la... Ouais, c'est ça. Merci. Alors, Omnia is there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Omnia.
I'm sorry, I cannot activate my camera because I'm using my phone, so I cannot read my screen and at the same time activate the camera. Thank you all for coming today, and I was asked to talk about the EU as a global actor, and I wanted something a bit different from what just Kautar did, to have some diversity. So I decided to talk about the EU as a global actor, including a certain region in specific when it comes to coordination and cooperation, which is the MENA region, and taking, for example, Morocco specifically. As the world's largest aid donor and a powerful trading bloc, systematically engaging with 150 countries across the globe and accounting for more than a quarter of the world's gross domestic products, the EU has exuded the potential of becoming an incredible global actor since the 1998 St. Malo Declaration. In spite of its favorable dispositions, however, it has often been regarded as an economic giant, but a political dwarf, and has sometimes even been dismissed as a military worm. The European Union is a regional organization with a unique model of integration. Having a solid institutional framework, it benefits from important transfers of sovereignty in a variety of spheres, particularly economic and commercial. Diplomacy and military affairs essentially remain under the direction of member states, while the EU has trouble intervening in international crises like Syria, for example. and waning in international power relationships with Russia, for example, it is not actually without influence. Influence is exerted not through coercion and military power, but through the standards it promotes. This particular form of integration in international relation is explained by the very nature of the EU and its origin, which take us to a very specific example, which is Morocco and the region of MENA. On 27 June 2019, the EU and Morocco released a joint statement after the Association Council outlining priorities and themes for closer cooperation in the years ahead. This opened the way for a deepening of cooperation across a range of areas over the coming months. The rhetoric from both sides favor a strong and comprehensive partnerships, and the roadmap is ambitious in its scope, yet this is achieved largely by glossing over different political values, ensuring that the relationship remains technocratic and largely transactional. The partnership between the EU and Morocco is one of the most advanced partnerships within the southern neighborhood of the European neighborhood policy. It includes one of the EU's most advanced trade relationships outside of Europe, as well as a range of initiatives, including parliamentary exchange, cooperation on security and migration, and EU assistance under the European Neighborhood Instrument, which amounted to around 2,000 million per year between 2014 and 2017. The holding of this Association Council is an important sign of the mending of the relationship between the two sides that was strengthened in recent years following the European Court of Justice ruling in 2015 and 2018 that the association and liberalization agreement, which covers agricultural, agri-food, and fisheries products, and a separate fisheries agreement, were not applicable to the Western Sahara, for example, over which Morocco claimed sovereignty. Needless to say, even before that, the relationship was troubled, which proved how complex the intervention of EU in such a region can be very complicated to deal with in a region such as region MENA, including Morocco, for example. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Omnia. Now we're going to give the word to Jakub Dindiński from Poland.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you.
So when I was trying to prepare a presentation for the topic of EU as a global actor, I started to think about all the global actors that history has seen over the years. Like, there's always been a great force, great empire that has ruled the world and influenced the world, whether it was the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the British Empire. In the most recent years, in the 21st century, it's the US and Russia during the Cold War. Right now, it's not so much Russia. We can see that the power of Russia is diminishing day by day, you could say. And right now it's a struggle, a fight between US and China. But even though we all can agree that EU is a global actor, and yeah, it is, it has a lot of influence when it comes to the rule of law, democracy, human rights, and everything that can be associated with soft power issues. Like, the EU absolutely leads the way in such regards. But when we consider whether we would consider it as a superpower, no. And people don't think of the EU as a superpower. And why is that? I started asking myself, well, because we don't think of EU as a being. It's an amalgamation of beings, different countries. EU is not EU as a country, as the US are. It's the Germans, it's the French, it's the British till 2014. And how can we fix that? Well, I think that the solution to this issue, to this problem, would be to finally start talking about federalization, not to think of the EU as a confederation as it is right now, but as a federation. It's time to start talking about United States of Europe, or whatever you would want to call it. And that would fix a lot of the issues of the EU not having enough influence to actually put those values into the world, like make the world a better place, because everyone can agree that, like, yeah, democracy and rule of law are amazing things and all countries should have them. But right now, the EU doesn't have the tools, the capabilities to actually enforce those values. Well, enforce is maybe a bad word, but to make other countries believe that those values are important. And we have to work together more closely. We have to use the institutions that we have, like the European Commission, the European Parliament, and finally embrace that we have to work together more closely. So I would say furthering integration is the key to making the EU actually a global actor, because it is right now, but it's not enough. It can be more. The EU can do so much more, but we have this constant bickering. Oh, whether it's the Germans that have to take the most important decision, whether it's the French. We have seen it just recently, last week, when Volodymyr Zelensky made his trip to Europe. He first met with Rishi Sunak, which is the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. He didn't meet with. He eventually met with EU officials, but first he met with Emmanuel Macron, Olaf Scholz. Those are not EU officials. They are EU representatives, but they're each country's representatives. When we look at the G7, 3 of those countries are EU countries, and still in the G7 we have EU representatives there. Why is a different perspective shown for each of those countries? Like Qatar explained that EU has economic power. Like, yeah, the EU has a great economic power, but it has it divided amongst certain countries. And when we look at even the EU budget, it's only 1%, around 1% of the GDP of what EU is actually capable of. That's not enough. And when we look at the budgets of certain countries, like on average, each country, the budget for each year for each country is around 30–40% of its annual GDP. For the EU, it's only 1%. What can we achieve with 1%? A lot when you look at what the EU has achieved by now. Imagine what we could do with this 30–40 if we were united and actually integrated. Like, imagine a world where the EU is actually a superpower, and I think it has the capabilities to do so. And I know it's not possible to make my dream, because it's my dream to live in a federal Europe, to make it happen in like 10, 15, 20 even years. But in 50, yeah, it's certainly possible, and we have to start this conversation right now if we want to make it happen. Whether, considering the questions you have asked, Ms. Professor, relationships with the world. Yeah, we could improve the relationships with our world because we could work more closely. Like, we know who Joseph Borrell is, but no one actually meets with him and talks with him on any diplomatic. They talk with him, but it doesn't have any meaning really, because everyone would want to meet with Olaf Scholz, with Emmanuel Macron, with Andrzej Duda, with Joe Biden even. No one considers the diplomatic force of Europe actually meaningful, because those decisions have to be met on country level, and it shouldn't be so. Those decisions should be met on the European level, and we should think of Europe finally as a whole and not an amalgamation of smaller parts. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. It was really interesting to see all the questions. Now we're going to give the word to Natalia Kushny from Ukraine. Go ahead, Natalia. We can't hear you, at least I think I'm not the only one.
It's a question of microphone. I don't know, you have headphone or connect microphone.
Natalia. You crossed the second.
While you
maybe.
prepare your microphone, Natalia, then let's go to Diana Steblek, and then we come back to you, okay? So now we're gonna hear, I'm sorry, I wasn't without a microphone, Diana Steblek from Ukraine, and then we go back to Natalia, please. Diana, are you here? Diana?
No, it's not here. But
Okay,
you
so
crossed.
if Natalia, are you ready? Or I go to Yvonne Van Diemen Rivera.
I am here.
Okay, Yvonne. So we go to Yvonne and then we go back to Natalia while we wait for Diane to come in. Yvonne, go ahead. Yvonne Van Diemen Rivera is from Bolivia, but right now she's in the Amsterdam University. Go ahead, Yvonne. Bienvenida.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you for having me. I am going to share my screen very quickly. It is a very short PowerPoint, but still. Please confirm that you can see my screen, somebody?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to briefly talk about the EU as a global actor, and interestingly enough, my presentation has a lot to do with the presentation we just heard from Jacob. I'm using many of the same words he used, but in a very different sense. I think we have very distinct views as to the role of the EU, what the role of the EU should be on a global scale. So, oh, excuse me, there we go. We have very short time for these presentations. 5 minutes is not a lot, so I'm gonna rush through the three superpowers that were already mentioned by Jacob, actual superpowers, China, USA, and Russia to a certain extent. It is important to look at the relationship of the EU with these superpowers, considering the EU as a global actor. No, I thought this was the first step to look at when we look at the EU as a global actor. First of all, looking at China. Looking at the more recent developments and looking at the more recent literature on the relationship between these two blocs, we can see that there is quite an adversary relationship underway. Well, on the one hand, perhaps ideologically, political differences, but on another hand, also economic. We see that the EU is trying to also participate in Africa, for example, or Latin America, because it is fearful that China is taking over too much trade in regions like Latin America and Africa, for example. So in this sense, it sees it as an adversary, no? It sees it as an opponent. And well, this is the relationship that it has with China, no? Very shortly said. As to the relationship between the EU as the USA, is it really a love-hate relationship? Many people say that the EU considers themselves so different than the USA in many ways, starting with the fact that it is a union of countries and not a country on itself. And in achieving that, the EU really has its strength in compromising, in negotiating with one another and achieving two collective goals as a united entity. And in this sense, maybe it differs itself from the USA. But on the other hand, when the situation comes like the war in Ukraine or NATO or voting on a global aspect, such as, well, for example, getting natural resources from developing countries, then we see that the EU is very aligned with the USA on a world scale level. And particularly in the case of the Ukraine war, we see that the EU is kind of dependent on the USA. It has Well, the discourse recently is that the EU is happy that the USA has recognized the EU as an independent actor. But the fact is that it changed from Trump to Biden, and it's much easier to negotiate with Biden than Trump. But if another Trump comes back in the USA, then the EU is still on its own in the sense of the relationship with the USA. So in this sense, I think it has a strong dependence on USA and some kind of fear of being left behind by the USA. The experience of Trump was very had a great impact on the EU, and the EU does not want this to be repeated. So this is important to take into account. Moving on, the EU and Russia, I'm not going to talk so much about this, but mostly the dependence on Russian oil, and this is the discourse that has been taking place the most in Europe, that economically speaking, the EU has to be careful with Russia, because whatever it says against Russia may have an impact on Russia's provision of oil, and this is a very uncomfortable situation for Europe, and in this sense I think it has a very complex relationship with Russia. But what about the rest of the world? Well, when you hear the EU speaking about its relationship with Africa, Latin America, Asia, it always says, well, we are trying to make new negotiations. We are trying to make new trade agreements. This is the most active area in which the EU is moving nowadays. And it has very often they repeat in the discourse, also in the literature, the like-mindedness of these regions with the European Union. But I think this is something that the European Union has to be very careful with. Jacob was talking about the European values that need to be extended throughout the world, that this would be an incredible win for the world. But I think we are forgetting something incredibly important, which is coming from Bolivia. We know how much indigenous values are, how important they are for politics. I mean, people have died defending culture and values that are very different to Western culture. So I don't think now is the time, particularly not now, is the time to see the European Union as a superpower to expand democracy and its values in the traditional way, because maybe not the rest of the world agrees with this. European Union should be ready to recognize a difference in visions throughout the world, not only in indigenous places, but simply, this is already my personal opinion. I think the European Union is a little bit untracked in its role as a global actor, because it seems to be seeking to be a superpower, whereas I think it should be seeking to make the best of what it is strong in. It is strong in making concessions, in negotiations, in sharing experiences. The EU has so much to teach us, having countries like Spain, which has a multi-government country, or Switzerland, and there are countries like Bolivia or Ecuador or Mexico that could learn so much from this. And I think it's wasting a little bit of its time and energy trying to become a superpower. I think it would be best for the world if the EU sees it differently. I'm not sure how much time that went through, but I think it's short enough. I hope I got my message through. Thank you.
I think it was really interesting because you can see all different perspectives, in fact, of the same issues. We're going to take that. So I don't know if Natalia Kushnir is ready. Ivonne, no sé si puedes dejar de compartir para que... Okay, Natalia, you're ready?
Natalia is here.
She's here, but I think she had a problem with her microphone.
I will send a message directly to her.
Well, Natalia prepares herself. Diane Steblek from Ukraine is here.
No, I didn't see her.
Natalia is here, but yeah. Natalia, maybe you're ready for your microphone? Mirela, Marcus, Natalia. Fabienne is writing to her.
I'm writing to her. Let me see. Natalia. Apparently she has technical problems.
Yeah, we have a message that she has in her.
Yeah.
But in this case, we continue.
So I think we'll have to continue. Okay. But if you come back in some minutes, then you can give us your perspective. But I would like to close this table, this issue, just well, starting to say that it's really interesting to see how some issues seen from Europe or seen from external perspective are different treated. No? It has a different treatment, and it's really interesting because I think this kind of events has to do with that, how we can see the different perspectives and how can we discuss the different perspective. The first two expositions were really good to let us know the different powers that you think, I mean, Europe states as to be a global EU power. But it's really interesting how, Jacob, you begin to question and to see if really there is a global power. And I think that's a very interesting question for us and for you. No, the proposition of Jacob to say that you need a more to further the progression, the integration process. It's really interesting because that's one thing that we're discussing also here. No, how can we, if it's the integration process, it's important for example, our community, Andean community or South American community, if it's going to help us to have a more organized and to be more, I mean, powerful in our relationships with other blocks. And when you show us, you can show us that yes, with all these years of integration, you reach a power, but mainly a political power and mainly a value power. You share values and you can further them in the other countries, because I told you when I started, in Bolivia, in North South American countries, in the crisis we had in 2019, Europe had a very important role, because you have some democratic occidental values that are shared with all democracies, all the people that believe in democracy in all the world. And that was really important. But as you pointed out, Jacob, and as Yvonne pointed out, we don't see Europe as a very economic and military power. And I think Omnia also said that, no, how important is the military. And when we see you from a values support, we say, I know Europe is an example, and integration of Europe is an example. But when we see as a military force or with the relationship with other countries as in crisis, we see you more as you pointed out, Jacob, as Yvonne pointed out, as an ally to the United States, no? And you know that many people wrote about Latin America. They say that Latin America was the backyard of the United States. So we have this kind of perspective in front of Europe also. The relationship with China for us also is very important, because China is a region, a country that really entered in terms of economic, but also politically in Latin America, because mainly in South America that has a very popular parties that are in the government, and they're really allied to China. And in front of these alliances, Europe is losing. No, because there's a political interest, and for us it's really interesting to see how you see these things. And one thing that Jacob said, and I would like to, because it was one of my questions at the beginning, how can you negotiate among many countries that have different interests in front of issues like migration, like climate change? How can you negotiate to be one only not country, but one only state, and how this represents in front of us. And these questions you made, Jacob, are really interesting for us because we can see the problems you're having. And the federalizations you're proposing is something that we discuss inside our countries, not in region, less in region. So it's really interesting to see all the discussions you are having. And I'm gonna just put one more issue that the two first expositions pointed out. It's the position of Europe and to be an example with the climate change. But with the war you're having with Ukraine, Russia-Ukraine war, I think the position in practice is changing, no? Because there's like when we see you from Latin America, for example, we say, well, but they're returning to many things, many actions that are against the environment. So how can you just balance the discourse of making face to the problem, the issue of climate change with the reality you're having, no? Because you're having problems with the war. So I think it was really, really interesting, this table, this part of the conversation, because we can see different perspectives, as Yvonne, as Jacobs, and as the Kautur, and as Omnia show us in front of this role of Europe as a global actor, no? Well, thank you, that was all. I don't know if Natalia, maybe she can give her words if she arranged her technical problems. She still has problem, Natalia? Well, anyway, we are in. Well, so I'll finish here and then let's go to the next. You're not with the microphone, Professor.
I'm sorry, in program was a previous short break, but because we are in a situation very strange with the time, I propose to continue direct and to take the breaks individual. Now I take the floor. The four topics. It's concerning the new type of diplomacy of EU. Unfortunately, my colleague Alina Stoica, who must be the chairman of this topic, now it's in Poland for ski, but she doesn't have the possibility to connect us, and in this case she will be replaced by my colleague Mirela Mercuz. Please, Mirela.
Good evening. Bonsoir. I don't know all the other languages. I hope you can hear me and see me well. Thank you for having me in such a diverse and very interesting setting. My purpose here today is just to guide young voices and very interesting voices into new forms of diplomacy. I just like to have a quick intro and just a personal realization that I've had while listening. Actually, what we're doing here is one form of it's called Zoom diplomacy. I'm sure you've heard it you've heard about it in the pandemic times, but of course what we're doing here is also cultural diplomacy, seeing different perspectives, different cultural perspectives, and gradually inching closer together. I don't know, our views, our values as well, maybe. So I am guiding, as I said, the four speakers today. So I have Sandus Ceglov, he's from Romania. I see he's here in the list. Lola should also be here. Charlotte Moreau and Sergio. So I'd like to give the floor to the virtual floor, actually, to Alexandru. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes. Good evening.
Hi.
Good
we
evening.
have 5 minutes to go, so we're a bit short on time. So please make sure that you 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. I will start to new forms of diplomacy, and I choose public diplomacy. In this work, I would like to cover issues of public diplomacy through the effects that it spreads internationally. This issue I consider to be of public interest because in recent years, a number of changes in the international environment have increased in importance. The contemporary diplomacy is related to the concept of globalization and the information age. The nature of imperfect democracies newly established over a large proportion of the world's population, coupled with unprecedented access to information, including on the activities of their own government, have led to a reduction in the confidence of the population from governments and from the transmitter on an official position, reducing their reliability, which is essential especially for developing successful public diplomacy activities. A first change is that a growing number of international actors are non-traditional or NGOs. Information transmission mechanisms have changed in recent years, going to the dissemination of information in real time, mainly due to internet. The emergence of these new technologies have led to a differentiation, increasingly smaller spheres between domestic and increasingly more concept derived from marketing, such as country branding, location branding, and concept of a theory of a communication network, such as occurs a new terminology of public diplomacy, one in which the focus is not about prestige and international image, but on the branding and soft power. The new public diplomacy is a check to the approach of actor people starting to fall to emphasis on people communication. International communication in which the actor has the role of facilitator. In this model, the former focusing on communication vertically from top to bottom is eclipsed, and the main task of public diplomacy is to create relationships. For effective public diplomacy, it will be necessary to network communication. Network communication takes advantage of two-way communication and relationships between people to overcome cultural barriers. This type of decentralization and flexibility is difficult to achieve by governments who blame their interest centralization structure. So NGOs shows greater flexibility in the use of networks which facilitate the creation of relationships between civil society actors from different countries. In this approach to public diplomacy, government policy is oriented towards promoting and participating in cross-border networks, but not controlling them. At the same time, a very strict control of governments or even just an apparent control of governments can undermine the credibility of such networks. The new public diplomacy and soft power. A central aspect of new public diplomacy is the concept of soft power. The term of soft power, as we know, was introduced by Joseph Nye at the end of Cold War and refers to the ability of actor to get what he wants in the international environment due to the attractiveness of its culture and its values, not because of its military or economic power. Therefore, public diplomacy may be the mechanism for the use of soft power by promoting cultural values of state actor, by persuading the population to other actors on the attractiveness of its cultural values. Scientific diplomacy is a comprehensive term that can be used to refer to science in diplomacy. The last form, international scientific cooperation, can be conceptualized as confluence of scientific goals of access and influence diplomatic goals. Base scientific diplomacy is the common language of science, which helps to dilute the political and cultural differences. In the past, scientific cooperation has helped to establish links between countries where a political impasses, parties in conflict are formal adversaries. In conclusion, I can say that the emergence of large number of democratic countries with the end of Cold War means the growing importance of global public opinion In a move increasingly greater policy, choices of states are derived from the ideas and opinions of its citizens, including foreign policy. So we see that it becomes logical the need of increasingly moving influence of public opinion tied to an actor on the international stage for the leaders on the state which received communication and who become more benevolent, more responsive, more acceptable to foreign policy state broadcaster. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alexandro. Just in time. We move to the next speaker, Lola Barrodes. Hi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
can hear you.
So thank you for the invitation for the meeting. So I start my speech with the definition of diplomacy. So diplomacy is the conduct of diplomatic negotiation and recognition between individuals, groups, and nations in order to reach an agreement. For example, to resolve a conflict without violence. It represents one country to another in a completely peaceful manner. So I found some different type of diplomacy. So I found 4. Is parliamentary diplomacy. It takes place during a summit and meeting between head of states. Direct diplomacy, which takes place between 2 governments without intervention of any intermediary. The ad hoc diplomacy used to resolve a specific problem, and at the end of this committee, agreement is dismissed. And the last is the field diplomacy, which is usually used by NGOs to negotiate with their target audience. So we can see in this century, the diplomacy is more proactive, multidirectional, and innovative than ever before. So now we can speak about a new concept, is new diplomacy. It's a new concept. And it's an international relationship in which citizen plays a greater role. So now the new diplomacy used to address many issues such as human rights, humanitarian assistance, labor rights, environmental issues, and fair trade. So me, I want more to speak about the digital diplomacy. So the existence of a digital diplomacy, it changed traditional diplomatic practice, routes, and medium. It expands the diplomatic space to include public opinion. Digital world is becoming a diplomatic object with the various problems relating to its governance, while at the same time being a new subject of diplomacy through the internet giants, which are now competitors of states in many areas. So the public diplomacy is defined as the issue of internet and new information communication technology to help achieve diplomatic objectives. Digital diplomacy can be practiced by state agencies such as foreign ministries, embassies and consulate, individual diplomats, and non-state actors such as civil society and human rights groups. So this diplomacy is manifest by the multiplication of Facebook pages and Twitter accounts of many embassies and diplomats, sometimes breaking a different diplomatic voice from the countries represented. So the most efficient example of this public diplomacy is Twitter. And we can see with the Twitter of the former US president, the President Trump. Digital technologies have brought new opportunity and risk of the lives of European citizens and people around the world. So for this reason, digital diplomacy must become a necessary and integral part of the European external action. So to strengthen the European digital diplomacy in and with the US, the European has opened a dedicated office in San Francisco. So it should strive constructive relations with the major US technology companies, so like the GAFAM. So the EU basis in digital diplomacy is based on the respect and the promotion of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the democratic principle. So in France, we are also some of digital diplomacy. They are based in 4 issues. it guarantees the international security of cyberspace, contribute to internet governance, promote human rights, democratic value, and the French language in the digital world, and strengthen the influence and the attractiveness of French digital actors. And that's I finish.
Thank you, Lola, for this comprehensive discussion on digital diplomacy. And I'm glad you mentioned the EU effort to open a digital embassy in San Francisco, quite innovative on their part. Good. We move to the next speaker. Charlotte, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, and especially to Mr. Orga. So as several of us are talking about the same subject, I will try not to be too repetitive. I'll quickly talk about what is diplomacy and its different forms before focusing on two of them. So defined as a method that governments use to influence the actions of foreign governments through peaceful tactics such as negotiation and dialogue, diplomacy is evolving with society's needs, crises, and international relations, which means that depending on the worldwide context, countries are working with different forms of diplomacy, of which Lola briefly talked about. So the haute diplomacy is a term used to refer to the period before the French Revolution that took place in 1789, which was aristocratic. The term new forms of diplomacy imply democracy and can be understood as the evolution of diplomacy to reach suitable solutions at the right moment. For example, diplomacy in France and other countries had to evolve with its time and consider the digital era we live in. So this form is called digital, cyber, or artificial intelligence diplomacy. It is used to secure, protect, and promote digital dynamics of countries. But this is not the only one. Regarding the actual geopolitical context, and especially the war, we can see that energy diplomacy is also used by governments and especially France. In fact, we all know that France was and is still dependent of Russia's gas. Energy diplomacy has been used by the French president as a diplomatic tool against Putin, associated with economic diplomacy. It was the saying of make an effort, stop the war, or you lose money because we won't buy you energy resources anymore, which clearly didn't work. Therefore, new forms of diplomacy can be found in every area, depending on what could serve best the government's interests. I consider those two as new forms of diplomacy because they are pretty recent. The global warming, the war, the possibility of cyber attack, and the constant use of digital instruments are actual topics. And diplomacy needs to be in accordance with those because it is also a way of respecting its engagements and giving some kind of a backup to different policies, such as Paris Agreement for the environment, for example. So to conclude, we can say that this will probably change again in a few years, but for now, they are the main topics that can, in my opinion, be used in a diplomatic way and as much as possible be effective because we all know diplomacy is not that simple, especially in time of crisis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Charlotte, for the overview. And last but not least, we move to the last speaker, Sergio Dario Arispe.
Madame Mirella, I hope you can hear me. If I can share my screen, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, I think you can do it. Yeah.
No, it says that
it's possible now, Sergio. You can share it.
All right. Can you see my screen? Okay,
yes.
Perfect. All right. First of all, understanding that we have a great number of students here in the virtual venue, I think it's important to mention that diplomacy, although these types of tools and instruments to make it more virtual are a necessity, they will never replace handshakes, body language, eye-to-eye contacts, trust, and legitimacy. Coming from a background as a former ambassador of my country, I think it's very important to encourage, especially the youth, to have greater social skills and to try to move away from the digital world, as though important, not ultimately something that I can think would lead to greater diplomatic prowess from your end in the future. I think that the new forms of diplomacy has different scenarios that must be considered. And I think that the generation that leaves behind this new geopolitical world is much different from where I came from to where you will be. There is a definite new geopolitical confrontation, which ultimately provides the basis for new and greater military confrontation and increased weapons production, unfortunately. This will unavoidably hamper diplomatic solutions. There's also other factors which I'm going to talk to you about. There's an increased geographical encroachment by non-Western global superpowers onto areas which old superpowers still think as strategic areas of influence. These obviously seek to grasp and control strategic resources, rare earths, lithium, etc., which at the same time are the enablers of the new green economic model. This will definitely increase global and regional tensions. Another thing that I think needs to be added on, especially having heard most of the interventions by the students, I think we must move away from just thinking that the Western model of governance is still considered as universal. I come from a part of the world where diplomats from developing countries still interact, and we are actively questioning if these models of governance are the ones befitting our realities. And I think you have to be very self-critical of this and understanding that liberal democracy is also going through a crisis of representation and unfortunately is being captured by different corporate interests. Both of these aspects cannot be swept under the table and must be readily understood, particularly by this new generation. Another aspect which I think is contemporary and very problematic is that diplomatic meetings are not being prioritized or facilitated. This obviously leads towards isolationism and entrenched positions. Bear in mind that the US has just stated that Secretary of State Blinken did not go to Beijing for a necessary conversation because of this incident with this object that was seen overflying the US. Which do you think has a greater priority and must be prioritized by the states? High-level encounters or factors that obviously occur on a day-to-day manner? And I think definitely an aspect which cannot also be overseen is that there are new economic players in the world. And this will obviously lead to a new geopolitical reconfiguration. And in particular, this should be actively seen as a reconfiguration of how multilateralism is taken further. You have to understand this multipolar world has an emergence of over-positioning geographical areas among superpowers. You can see in blue the areas of influence of the Western world, Russia in red, China in yellow, and these overlapping interests will definitely lead towards tensions that will provoke greater levels of volatility. And in the long term, I think we're being very short-sighted because all macroeconomic forecasts are starting to depict the world by 2050, probably a time where most of you will be in your prime, that the importance of the Asia-Pacific area will be more and more important, and thus will lead to question how we see and how we interact with the world as we understand it. This is a major conflict for Latin American countries because our cultural and educational background, which is more Eurocentric, does not permit us to understand the changing geopolitical influence of Southeast Asia. It's very hard when I give classes to make my students actually name some important cities in Asia Pacific, which is huge because that limits the scope of interaction just because of those limiting factors. Furthermore, I think we are heading headfirst into an economic and energetic scenario which is highly volatile. And what happens when these two mix? I think these are enablers for extremist political views, and these ultimately provoke greater levels of influence of these political views onto local populations. We must not forget, understanding what occurs in Latin America is that extremist politicians in Latin America are less prone to address diplomacy as a top priority. Let's bear in mind, for example, the Bolsonaro and Lula tenures. Bolsonaro was prioritizing interior problems of Brazil. Lula has a tendency to be more important in the world stage. So these are aspects which you have to consider when looking at Latin America. We also have to understand that in Latin America, there's a huge political divide. And this, I think, is totally underestimated because this social dichotomization will obviously lead to lesser political continuity. We will have to balance between left and right politicians, which ultimately deconstruct what the previous one did. And there's a growing phenomenon, which is also a key issue. There's a growing sense of distrust in the electoral process. I put up charts here that came up in Bloomberg that state how, for example, Lula's voters, in comparison to Bolsonaro, Lula's voters trust the political electoral system and Bolsonaro's do not. So these are aspects which are starting to be growing and ever more present in democratic processes here in Latin America and must be considered because there could be a tendency to go towards undemocratic processes and mechanisms led by military coups in the future, which is not unforeseeable thanks to our history. So do I really think that there's going to be a new diplomacy? I see it very hard. In what way? I think that climate change is leading towards a trajectory of decarbonization where most of the responsibility will be transferred toward the developing world, unfortunately undermining the demographic challenges that we have and the already unequal distribution of wealth at present. We see, for example, that the EU is moving towards regulatory measures that are impeding the insertion of products and commodities that are associated with deforestation. But nothing there is being mentioned of providing markets to forest-friendly products. So this is a merely punitive, not enabling regulatory measure. I think these things have to change. Again, multilateralism needs to change in accordance with the new geopolitical reality. We are no longer in a post-World War II scenario. If we even need a Security Council, this obviously needs to lead towards a greater number of developing countries being inside it. Brazil, Indonesia, India, they cannot be in the backdrop of multilateral decisions. And another thing which is ultimately questioned again and again by my colleagues, it's that there is a double standard to the so-called international rule of law. And this has to be understood as well. We are not seeing commitments that should be taken forward again, thanks to the Paris Accord, which was mentioned by the student prior. 100 billion US was promised. Nothing came through in terms of reaching that goal, but yet, just to put an example, just Germany set forth 100 billion for the next year in military expenditure. So it's not that it's not there, it's what we prioritize. There's a destruction of strategic energetic infrastructure. You can say whatever you want on Seymour Hersh's piece, which is a Pulitzer Prize, but I think it leads towards questioning if these investigations are needed and why are they not being addressed properly. There's human rights abuses on both sides of the geopolitical spectrum. There's seizures of private funds. There's recognitions of illegitimate rulers. Take the Guaido incident in Venezuela. Who remembers who Guaido is now? There's a weaponization of the SWIFT. There is no arms control treaties and weapons deployment moratoriums, which should be high priorities. I'm placing a little side note on how much oil companies are making today and its historic financial gains. And this is in disregard for all climate change commitments that we've stated and should be moving forward in the Paris Accord. I think Ukraine represents a first step in a geopolitical reconfiguration.
Sorry, Sergio, can we?
I'll have one more minute.
A little bit, because.
Okay,
thank you.
I'll leave it at that. Sorry, I think the 5 minutes is extremely too much lesser than needed. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. I would have really appreciated to hear everything, but as you know, it's a busy schedule, and yeah, we have to leave room for everybody, especially considering that in Oradea it's past 8 p.m. now in Romania, so it's a little, we are in different time zones. Yeah. So good. It's actually my job now here to conclude a little bit this discussion on new forms of diplomacy. I think it was obvious that we saw two dichotomic perspectives: the youth perspective, and I would call it maybe a more liberal perspective into, and also an optimistic perspective into the potentials of diplomacy, the potential areas of development of the diplomacy marked by either a dilution of the state power, or not either or, but both by the dilution of state power and the development of technological instruments that make new forms of diplomacy possible. That was on the one hand. On the other hand, it's very comprehensive and extremely interesting view. I would call it a realist view, a geopolitical view at what is expected, or what is expected in the world. Rather, I wouldn't call it a pessimistic, but a realistic view of the geopolitical spectrum. If the young students talked about energy diplomacy and making sure states, I don't know, figure out and identify where to pinpoint specific places on the map that they need to, let's say, focus more on and be diplomatic about it. Your perspective, for instance, focused on where to search for the next rare mineral that is significant in this new climate reality, which is quite fascinating to see these two views. So yes, I think that's it from this group. If there are any other questions or comments from the students, or yeah, to one another, I think anything is welcome.
Mirela, they asked me to formulate questions. I'm not sure towards who, but would you like me to state them?
Yes. If we have time, I think if Professor Horga allows me.
I think I'll leave it. I'll leave it behind then. Perhaps it would
maybe you can put them in the chat.
Okay.
I think that would be good.
Okay.
Put them in the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah, we can take some questions.
So we are allowed.
All right, I'll make one quick one. This is more for the students. I think it'd be important to understand. I think we must not lead towards a deconstructive scenario where the West imposes itself on developing regions. And it must permit developing regions to have further diplomatic ties with other developing regions. And I think this doesn't contest, for example, in Latin America, the Monroe Doctrine, which states that to a certain point, US is the beholder of our area. But I think it would lead towards greater prosperity and improved world governance. I think that students here have to understand that we cannot be an imposition and a limiting factor on a new geopolitical reconfiguration. I would leave it at that. I think hopefully it leads the students here towards a questioning of how the world acts in terms of real politics. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. So I think Professor Horga, can you hear us?
Okay. I'm gonna present the other. We finished this issue, so we'll enter the issue about citizenship in the EU. And for that, the Professor Renaud de la Brosse can't be here because he's in Maroc. So Professor Jorga is going to be the chairman. So je vous cède la parole, Professeur. Allez-y.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I try to replace my friend Renaud de la Brosse, which is now in other meeting, Rabat in Morocco. And the topic is the EU citizenship. And I don't enter in details because most part of the participants are Europeans, but also the students from Africa, they study in Reims. They have the knowledge concerning the EU citizenship. And also I saw that the Bolivian participants they have a lot of connection with EU. Just a brief aspect concerning the EU citizenship. When we spoke about EU citizenship, we must regard the European passport. I am Romanian. My colleague Marta Paulska is Polish. Renaud de la Brosse is French. Fabien Maron is from Belgium. All of us, first of all, we have a Belgium or Romanian Polish passport that we have national passport because we have a national identity, but also on the top of our passport is put European Union. And that means that we benefit also from the good relation of our country with other countries, for example, from outside. For example, I'm very jealous now for the colleagues from Poland or maybe from Belgium, because to come in Bolivia, they don't need a visa, and for Romanians is necessary the visa. That is a difference of the national perspective of the citizenship. But in another way, when I come to airport in Santa Cruz in Bolivia, I was oriented to the gate for control of passport for the EU citizenship. That you could see that what means the EU citizenship in some situation. But another perspective about EU citizenship is access of EU citizen to the four EU freedom of movement, freedom of work, freedom of access to education, to freedom of capital, freedom of commerce, but also freedom of education in the European Union. But here are also the difference between the people that come from Schengen countries. People they are members of EU, but they don't come from Schengen area. But that is a situation with the EU citizenship. But I'm very curious to saw the perspective of the speakers that choose to participate to this topic. First of all, I would like to invite one moment because I must check my phone with the program. Noalia from Morocco. We have Natalia Kuznir here.
Yes, yes, I am here.
Natalia.
Sorry, I have some problems, technical problems with my microphone. Sorry, I am ready.
Yeah.
May I?
But
my topic is
you
EU
intervened.
Yes. My topic was the EU as a global actor. Okay.
Yeah, but in other. But you could intervene now, and the colleague that must talk must start now. Accept your intervention. Okay, please. Please,
Okay,
Natalia.
thanks. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm glad to see you, my colleagues. I'm from Ukraine. And I would like to analyze and give several examples of the EU's demonstration of solidarity and unity. The global financial crisis, the refugee crisis several years ago, the Russian-Ukrainian war have become challenges for the EU as a global player on the international arena. This war became a challenge for the EU in terms of maintaining unity and solidarity with Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine has already resulted in the death of thousands of people, as well as the serious economic losses around the world. EU leaders agreed at an informal summit last year to strengthen the stability of the European economy, radically reduce energy imports from Russia, and continue the serious strengthening of European defense. I would like to give several examples. The first is Russian energy weapons were a manipulation by Russia towards Europe. But the era of high gas prices is over. We can state that Europe has moved away from Russian gas. The share of Russian gas in Europe is already less than 30%. Europe has learned to live without Russian gas. Currently, gas prices in Europe are at the pre-war level. Already at the end of March 2022, the Commission presented a plan to ensure supplies in
because I have the problem. I have the problem.
To ensure supplies in the upcoming winter season and at the end of May, determined the details of the EU RE-Power EU plan to end European dependence on fossil fuel imports from Russia. In 2023, Europe will look for new markets for the purchase of gas for the next year. That is, Russia couldn't split Europe on the issue with Ukraine. Europe didn't abandon Ukraine and supported its independence. And we were very glad that Europe support us. In this war, EU consumers suffered from rising fuel and electricity prices, but all the same, EU citizens support Ukraine and for helping Ukrainians financially. Three ways to reduce our dependence on Russia are supply diversification, energy efficiency, and accelerating the use of renewable energy sources. In terms of diversification, we need to increase our natural gas purchases from suppliers such as the US, Qatar, Norway, African countries, etc. Also, the issue of grain has also become a challenge for the unity of the EU. there was a problem with the export of grain to Europe, but the grain agreement took place and they were able to export and sell Ukrainian grain. Grain prices fell, although back in the spring of 2022. Russia announced that there would be a new Arab war and a new flow of refugees in Europe due to the fact that there would be no export of grain from Ukraine and Russia. This fact also didn't undermine the solidarity of Europe from the point of view of sanctions and support of Ukraine with money and weapons. This war will also force the EU to increase its defense spending. The EU needs to spend more, but above all spend better, jointly. Some member states, such as Germany, have already adopted major new measures in this area, with additional defense spending of 100 billion euro in 2022, increasing the defense budget to more than 2% of GDP from 2024. This should be the case wherever defense spending is still too low. This war has already caused a massive influx of refugees to the European Union. Ukrainians' neighbors in the EU demonstrated excellent mobilization and solidarity by accepting these refugees. The EU is also helping the countries most directly affected to deal with this influx, and we will need to do more in the nearest future. But the refugee issue also raises the broader issue of renewing Europe's common asylum and migration policy to strengthen solidarity, a process that began in 2020 and has not yet been completed. By invading Ukraine, Putin forced the EU to immediately rethink many components of the European internal organization and worldview. The EU must respond to this challenge to guarantee our security and protect democratic values. Thank you. The end.
I think Professor was with some problems in his connections.
Oh.
He's with some problems, so I'm gonna continue the exposition. Let's continue, and when the problems are solved, he'll re-enter. So I don't know if Nadia Buinsal is there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Nadia, so go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay. So thank you for hosting me, and I will be talking about citizenship in Europe, or the EU citizenship. First, the citizenship of the European Union, or European citizenship, is a legal quality which grants to the person who possesses its certain rights and public liberties. It was introduced by the Treaty of Maastricht, signed on February 7 of 1992. According to Article 9 of the Treaty on European Union and Article 20 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, a citizen of this union shall be any person holding the nationality of a member state. Individuals have access to the citizenship of the European Union only through the state of which they are nationals. European citizenship is therefore not open to residents or non-community origin, even if they have settled there permanently, unless of course they obtain the nationality of one of the member states. One of the original features of the European construction is the important role it gives to citizens. In the European Union, citizens have their own legal recognition alongside the states. So I'm gonna talk about Moroccan Moroccans that apply for citizenship in European Union. So recently, Moroccan nationals were at the top of the list of nationals who acquired citizenship in the European Union member states in 2018, according to a report by the European Commission or Stat. And out of the 672,030 people who obtained the citizenship of European Union member states in 2018, 1 in 10 were Moroccan nationals. So, and it's a very big percentage. Around 84% of them acquired the citizenship of either Spain, Italy, France. Immediately after Moroccans were Albanians, Turks, and Brazilians. This marks the 7th year in a row that Moroccans top the charts of acquired EU citizenship. There is also a report that has been published by Eurostat on March 30, 2020, that says the largest group acquired citizenship of European Union member states where they lived in 2018 was citizens of Morocco. 67,000 people, of whom 84% acquired citizenship of Spain, Italy, and France, ahead of citizens of Albania, that were 97% acquired citizenship of Greece or Italy. Turkish people also 59% acquired German citizenship, and Brazil 76% acquired citizenship of Italy or Portugal. Romanian also 51% acquired citizenship of Italy or Germany, and Algerian people acquired French citizenship at the percentage of 81%. The United Kingdom acquired 59% acquired citizenship of Germany or France, and Syrian 66% from citizenship of Sweden, Russian also, and Ukrainian people 55% acquired citizenship of Germany, Poland, and Italy. However, despite being the first in line, the figures of Moroccans who acquire an EU passport has dropped from previous year. For example, in 2017, there were 134,000 naturalized Moroccans in the European Union states, dropping down from 169,000 that was in 2016. So the overall numbers of successful citizenship applications has also fallen in recent years. Reports from the Schengen visainfo.com. And so in contrast, then there is also now we can also see that there is a high percentage of British nationals that apply for citizenship in European Union lately because of Brexit. So making over 6 times the number of those before. So now 6 times more of British people apply for acquired citizenship of the European Union. Thank you.
Thanks, Noalia. So let's take the second.
I want to.
I don't know who's speaking. Well, let's go for the second exposition of this topic. Abdoulaziz Kir, the Burkina Faso, from University of Remela.
Yes, yeah.
Go ahead, Abdoulaziz.
So I want to speak for you the right and the duty of European citizenships, the right to move and reside, work and duty in the territory of other member states and recognized to citizens. in the civic political matter, European citizens have the right to vote and to stand for election in municipal and European Parliament election. Citizens of the European Union also have a right of petitions and a right of a citizens' initiative. They are also give the right to complain to the European Ombudsman against an act of maladministration committed by a European institution or body, where the home member state is not represented in a fair country. Consular protection from the diplomat, a majority of a member state may be again granted to European Union citizens. A right of access to a document of the European Parliament, the Council of the European Union, and the European Commission, subject to reason of public or private interest. Citizens can also write to the European...
Sorry. Could you activate your camera, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It is okay?
Not yet. Now, yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I say, and also, citizens can also write to the European Union in great elsewhere in the European language of the choice. The exercise of this right is subject to limitation, and the European Union citizen can be elected as a municipal councillor, but not as mother or duty mother in the member state other than him. So they may be civil and sovereign in the state of residence by only for jobs, but do not involve the sovereign of that state. Finally, they must have a sufficient resource to sit in a member state, defending the rights of European citizens. European Union citizens have judicial and non-judicial means to defend their rights against the act of the European institution. The General Code of the European Union deal with all action brought by individual act against act of the European institution which are addressing to them or which concern them. Then a dispute before a national court involves a role of community law. The young may request the opinion of the Court of Justice. The European Ombudsman. The European Ombudsman received an investigate a complaint from citizens against maladministration by the community institution. They may also receive a complaint from any person from or associate reside in a member state. The citizen right of initiative. Any European citizen can send a proposal directly to the European Commission. The right to petition. Any citizen of the European Union has right to petition the European Parliament in the form of a complaint or request one a matter filing which the competence of the European Union. In my opinion, European citizenship is a very opportunity, a very opportunity of give the citizens a right, a fundamental right, to protect your fundamental right in European. If you take for African Union have not a citizenships in your African Union. So if you're the European, for me, European Union citizenships is a very mechanism to protect the right, fundamental right in European. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. Now we're gonna give the word to Jakub Diński from Poland. Go ahead, Jakub.
Yeah, it's me once again, the malcontent, the pessimist. I wanted to approach this topic of citizenship from kind of a different angle, because when we talk about citizenship, and especially in the EU, 99% of the time we speak like the professor opened, with the five freedoms that the EU grants us, the rights that it grants us. But we don't think that there's always, for a certain right or law, there's a second kind of side of that each law and every right brings an obligation. And we don't often think about those when it comes to the EU, because we don't actually have any obligations to the EU. Like when we think about our national law, for example, in Poland, we have in our constitution an obligation to defend our country, an obligation to pay taxes. We don't have those in the EU. And often it happens that people living in the EU don't actually think about it, and don't stop to think about the EU and try to learn more about the EU. And maybe that is something that should be an obligation for every EU citizen, to learn about the institutions, to learn about the system that it operates in. Because I'm a student of international relations, European studies. I know these freedoms. I know how the European Commission works to a certain degree. Not everyone has to know every nook and cranny, every kind of how the Coreper works, how the European Parliament votes. No one has to know that. But my favorite anecdote regarding that is after the Brexit referendum, after the 23rd of June 2016, on the next day, the 24th of June, the most searched phrase on Google, and everyone can see this, is "What is the EU?" So yesterday they voted to leave the EU, and the next day they were actually asking, what was it? What was it that we voted against? And this is something that happens on the EU level. It happened now for the British, like, obviously that's the most obvious example, but in certain areas, in certain countries, there's this movement, this anti-European movement, and it feeds itself on the lack of, to a certain degree, it's certain other factors also in it, but most importantly, in my opinion, is the lack of knowledge of the European Union, how it works, how it operates. And this should be something that comes with this citizenship. We have to be aware of what this citizenship brings us, what it allows us to do. Not only think about, oh, I can go to Italy without showing my passport. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love the rights and the freedom that the European Union gives me, the citizenship gives me. But I have to know why these systems operate, how they do, and work towards improving them. And this is my kind of obligation as a citizen. And it should be somehow, in my opinion, formulated as an obligation with each citizenship given, but with each citizenship given to the EU. Because like Abdulaziz and Haila listed out, there are so many rights for every European citizen, but no one knows about those. No one knows that I can write a petition to the European Parliament. Who does that? Like, yeah, I can, but 99% of Europeans don't have any business with the European Parliament. And people should be aware what it means to have this European citizenship. And that's something that should be addressed at some point, one way or another. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Jakob. So I'm going to try to give a, and then you can, please. Because we're before passing to the last topic, because it's really interesting. We've been studying a lot the issue of citizenship in Latin America. I study a lot the issue of citizenship, but I study a lot the issue of citizenship as agency, and not only as a thing of rights and how you say the obligaciones, the responsabilité, comme on dit en anglais, and duties.
Duties, obligation.
Obligations, because citizenship as agent, when you see citizenship as agent, you go further. That this kind of relationship you have with the states, and in the case of Europe, a global state, no? Because it's not one state, it's a national state and a global state, a regional state. But when we study citizenship, and that's why this is an issue that really interests me a lot. You see how people move. The way I work citizenship in the case of Bolivia and Latin America, because I work in both levels, I usually see how citizenship doesn't pass necessarily by a relationship with the state of rights and duties. It passes by a relationship with the other people, with the groups, with everybody. And many times there's a big absence of states in many of our countries. So citizenship has to be accomplished by other alternative paths. And it's really interesting because when I hear the citizen perspective since Europe, it's always in this relationship of rights and duties. So I'm asking myself when I hear you, what happens with the migrants, for example? I know there's I worked a lot with immigration, international migration, transnational migration with Isabelle Yepes from the Université de Bruxelles. And Jean-Michel Lafleur, on a travaillé beaucoup, we worked a lot. And they, for example, with Isabelle, we worked a lot of the sense of citizenship of the migrants as agency that doesn't pass by the recognition of the states. Because many migrants are informal. So what do they don't do? They don't go to school, they don't work, they work. So how can you manage this kind of citizenship? How can you see, since the European, this kind of citizenship that goes by another path? With Isabelle and Jean-Michel, we discussed a lot this kind of perspective of seeing citizenship. And I thought it was interesting because there you can approach the migrants in Europe, the informal migrants, the illegal migrants in Europe, since their citizenship agency. No? Another thing that we worked a lot, and I don't know if you read Engin Sisin, it's really interesting because he works since the digital citizenship, and he says, we cease being the citizen as people, we the people, and now we have to understand citizenship as we, the connected. And with the pandemic, there was a really, and we've seen in the first topic, the digital, or in the second topic, I don't know which of them, we saw the impact of the digitalization in education, but we have to start understanding, and that's what we're trying to do here in Latin America, the impact of digitalization in citizenship agency. No, the digital world is another world of citizenship, and I don't know how it's going, how it's taking place in Europe. Here, it's really important because many of the social movements go connected to this digital world, and the social movements, it's another form here of citizenship. No, so I was wondering, how does this goes by in Europe? The information, because it's true what you said, Jacob, the knowledge is an important resource, but the information more than knowledge is more important. So what information will give you way to take what citizenship path? So when we see citizenship here, we are seeing it since other points of view, and it's really interesting, but because you have a strong states and you have a strong national supranational state. So there's a more strong presence of the state in Europe. We don't have that here. But so we have paths of citizenship. So it's really interesting to see how these things go. I will do these comments, Professor. I don't know if you want, you want to add some comments.
No,
You're not with the microphone.
My computer, but because I'm wireless. But I come back a little bit to this aspect that was present by Jakub today, is concerning the lack of knowledge in European Union to the medium citizenship, not to citizen. But it's that it's a little bit European Union represent from a point of view of citizen like clothes, European Union was a very good clothes when these countries negotiate to enter in the European Union. All the people from Eastern Europe said, we wanted to go in European Union. European Union is a solution for all the problems that we have. But now, when we are entered in the European Union, we remember European Union, maybe in Poland the same. In Romania, exist more number increasing of the citizens. They said, why is necessary European Union? European Union, it's a problem for us, for our sovereignty, for our independence. That you see, the European Union was a solution to benefit, but now for the other part of the citizen is the problem. But in fact, all the EU citizenship, they benefit a lot of this position to be EU citizen.
May I add something to this? Because it's an interesting debate that we had already with big enlargement of European Union. And I remember organizing with Professor Orga already workshop.
Sorry, the internet is cut. Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
No, I ask to Alejandra to continue.
Perfect. Fabienne was just intervening, so go ahead.
Small comment, Johan, about this, because when we had the big, what we call the big enlargement to 10 new countries coming into Europe, we had the same network, more or less, with colleagues. And the European Union organized what we call civic workshop. It means to explain from an academic point of view, but with, I would say, a small degree of sharing knowledge, what it means becoming a citizen and having the citizenship. And I remember organizing with you, Johan, workshop with citizen of Charleroi and others for the citizen, explaining who are the newcomer and what it means for them having citizenship in the EU. I think that is also our role to to negotiate and to share our knowledge about the European Union. Because I fully agree with the pessimistic view that it's not easy to become a citizen. And it's not easy to have the knowledge to become a citizen, because it's also a big opportunity to share this, because all the citizens do not have access to the knowledge about their right, obligation, but also the different opportunities. So I stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now my computer work is very nice now because we are arrived to the end of this meeting with the last topics, but with not the least speaker, least chairman, my friend Jaroslav Drozdowski from Uzhgorod National University. Jaroslav,
hello,
please.
Hello, everybody. I would like to thank you, dear Professor Horga, for such an amazing opportunity to be a part of this workshop and to hear all the interesting topics and all the speakers. Thank you very much. I would like to be short and shortly we'll try to introduce our last topic, which is the Russian-Ukrainian war and the relationship with the European Union. And a lot of speakers in one or another way mentioned already this war that we have on our European continent, a big Russia-Ukrainian war. So I would like to remind that Russia started the war in 2014 as a reaction to the aspiration of Ukrainians for European integration, namely the signing of the association agreement with the European Union. Despite the annexation of Crimea and the capture of part of the eastern regions, the agreement was signed on 27th of June 2014. And it was simultaneously with the association agreement between Moldova and the European Union. On the last day of February 2022, the first month of Russia full-scale invasion, in the most uncertain phase of the war, Ukraine announced that it is applying for EU membership. Ukrainians in that way decided to say, we are fighting in this war, not only for our land, not only for our life and freedom, but also for our place in Europe. And I am very glad that in the end it was possible to gather the unanimous support of the EU member states to give Ukraine, as well as Moldova, the candidate status. I would like to introduce the first speaker in our part, in our topic of this workshop, Hugo Chartier from France,
yes, I'm here.
University of Reims.
Okay,
okay, we hear you.
Can you see me, everyone? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear and see you.
Well, firstly, good evening. I would like to greet all my fellow remaining students from those various countries and continents. Please allow me also to thank the organizer of this conference. The diversity of the topics, such as pandemic, border, or citizenships, make the originality of this conference. I won't be long, I swear. I got my thumbs in hands So like this, I will talk about the war in Ukraine with an impact on the European Union, with a steady case of the news concerning France and some other members. So as you know, the resumption of fighting in Ukraine with an aggressive expedition from Russia placed the defense of the European Union as a priority. After the Cold War, let's say that a warmer happens on this continent. So the main objectives are based on the security of the EU citizens and also on their political neighborhood, partners or not, as you mentioned, Mr. A full military sovereignty is another objective of the European Union. There is also the European security dilemma as the use of the so-called European army, or a North Atlantic force, let's say, to protect this area, the community and the geographical dimension of Europe, because it's not only a continent, it's also an association. So we have to choose which one. At this time, there is a certain complementarity between the construction of the Europe of the defense and the defense of the Europe, which is sometimes issued by which is done by NATO, as well as other international organizations such as OECU and so on. So for now, the major instrument of the protection of this community is the CSDP, known as a Common Security and Defense Policy, the fusions of all forms of European security cooperation. It is included in the Treaty of Lisbon since 2007, in which there is the Article 47, with a clause of common assistance between the member states in case of war. There is also another one for solidarity in case of internal attack. There is the PSC, which is like the permanent structure and cooperation. We establish the pool and sharing, as we call, of the force and the equipment. And we call this with one word, which is the interoperability of the army. And for the news, nowadays, one of the major issues which is concerning the relations between France and Ukraine is that the President Volodymyr Zelensky recently asked to France to provide some war tanks, especially the Leclerc one, which is known as the former flagship of the land defense. Our President Emmanuel Macron asked the Minister of the Army Force of France, Sébastien Lecornu, to present let's say a draft review to the Senate. A similar pattern occurs in Germany with the delivery of the Leopard tanks. So in this context of this Franco-German couple or tandem, as they call it, this French delivery will be sent a signal to Germany. This decision is extremely complicated for France because it affects the autonomic strategy, and also the stocks of the French army are reduced and are even more now with donations to Ukraine. From a North Atlantic point of view, from NATO, the reaction is the same. More weapons and vehicles have been conducted to Ukraine during this period, and more than a NATO member can produce in a year. Although the Ukraine war still aimed directly at EU members, European, especially the Central and Eastern European countries, as the former Soviet Socialist Republic, such as Moldova, for example, are preparing the worst. Not only Poland, but also Scandinavian countries are beginning to a massive rearmament of their community. Some governments are expecting external aggression by an army or an internal war by spionage, or attempts of different orders. Only the future and the reality will confirm it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo, for your presentation and for your point of view, especially as a part of old European state. Now, I would like to give a floor to Maria Enachi, from Moldova, who is the student of the same University of Reims. Can you hear us, Maria?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Hola a todos, bonjour a tous. I would like to present this topic from maybe a personal point of view. Due to the fact that I'm from Moldova, I want to present it from a Moldovan point of view. So the Ukrainian-Russian war has had a profound impact on the European Union and the Republic of Moldova. The conflict, which began in 2014, has heightened the tensions between the EU and Russia, leading to increased sanctions and strained diplomatic relations. The war has also led to a strengthening of EU support for Ukraine, including economic and political assistance. The EU has condemned Russia's annexation of Crimea and its support for separatists in eastern Ukraine and has called for peaceful resolution to the conflict. The conflict has also resulted in increased security concerns for EU member states in Eastern Europe. The war has spurred the EU to increase its focus on defense and security cooperation, including the creation of the European Defense Fund and the permanent structured cooperation on security defense. The EU has also increased its military presence in the region through the deployment of troops and equipments to the Baltic states and Poland. In the Republic of Moldova, the war has had numbers of impacts. One of the most significant is the increase in number of the Ukrainian refugees in Moldova, which has put a strain on the country's resources and social services. Moldova has struggled to accommodate these refugees, and the situation has led to increased tensions with Ukraine. Additionally, the war has led to increased energy dependence on Russia, as Ukraine is no longer a reliable transit country for natural gas supplies to Moldova. This has heightened concerns about energy security in the country. The conflict has also had economic impacts, including a negative impact on trade and economic relations between the EU and Russia. The conflict has disrupted supply chains and trade flows to the region, leading to a decline in trade volumes and a decrease in economic growth. The EU has imposed sanctions on Russia in response to the conflict, which has further exacerbated the economic impact. Geopolitically, the conflict has further straightened the EU-Russia relations and has led to a realignment of power dynamics in the region. The EU and NATO have sought to counter Russia's influence with increased military presence and defense cooperation. The conflict has also led to increased tensions between the EU and the other Eastern European countries, such as Belarus and Armenia, as they face increased pressure from Russia. The Russian-Ukrainian war has had mixed impact on the relationship between the Republic of Moldova and the European Union. On one hand, the conflict has led to increased cooperation between Moldova and the EU, as both have sought to counter Russian influence and support Ukraine. The EU has increased its support for Moldova, including through economic and political assistance in light of the conflict. The war has also led to a realignment of political allegiances in the region, with Moldova increasingly seeking closer ties with the EU and NATO in response to Russian aggression. The EU has also increased its support for democratic reforms in Moldova. In response to the conflict and concerns over Russian influence in the region, the conflict has had negative impact on the trade relations between EU and Moldova, as the EU has imposed sanctions on Russia, how I said before, and trade flows have been disrupted. However, the EU has also sought to deepen trade relations with Moldova in an effort to reduce its dependence on Russia. So in conclusion, the Ukrainian-Russian conflict has had significant impact on Moldova and the EU. The conflict has heightened tensions between the EU and Russia, leading to increased sanctions and strained diplomatic relations. The conflict has also had a negative impact on trade and economics relations between the EU and Russia and has disrupted chains and trade flows in the region. However, the conflict has also led to increased cooperation between Moldova and the EU, as both seek to counter Russian influence and support Ukraine. The conflict has also led to increased pressure on Moldova to align the Russian-led Eurasian Economic Union, creating a complex geopolitical environment in which Moldova must balance its desire for closer ties with the EU against its needs to maintain stable relations with Russia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you for your point of view. And we go to our next speaker, Maria Sergi from Moldova, from University of Oradea. Maria, can you hear us?
Unstable, so if it interrupts, let me know.
Yes.
I would get straight to my presentation. Russia's aggressions against Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty has repercussions for the entire international system of governance, directly or indirectly affecting hundreds of millions of people around the world. In Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine on 24th of February 2022 is not only the most difficult security situation since World War II, but has also created the largest wave of refugees or
We cannot hear you. I think that is unstable network.
I think he doesn't have connection. No.
internally displaced people affected. The EU is a single international, but it differs from a normal
Oh, now we hear you and see you.
Yes, can you please tell me where I stopped so I won't be repeating myself?
Just the sentence before. Thus it was.
Okay.
Just,
a few
repeat
moments.
yourself is not a problem, I think.
All right. Okay. Hopefully it'll be good. In Europe, Russia's invasion of Ukraine on 24th of February 2022 is not only the most difficult security situation since World War II, but has also created the largest wave of refugees or internationally displaced people, affecting both Ukraine and member states of the European Union. The EU is a single international entity. Legally, it is an association of states, but it differs from a normal intergovernmental organization in which some competences have been delegated to EU institutions by the member states. The EU legal framework also directly influences member states' legislations through binding legal acts adopted with their consent. The EU member states have decided by unanimous vote to provide immediate, full, harmonized, and union-wide support to all those who have fled the war in Ukraine. These people receive the same rights on the territory of the EU member states, similar rights to those who have gone through the asylum procedure, but through a fast-track and simplified procedure. On top of this, the EU has offered Ukraine political and financial support. The war has presented the Union with the challenge of strengthening its defense capacity and reducing European dependence on the services of Russian energy producers and distributors. As a solution, the EU is working with domestic partners to diversify supplies and has achieved record levels of liquefied natural gas imports and increased pipeline deliveries. As a result, gas supplies from Russia through pipelines have fallen down from 40% to 9%. However, it is not all good as it sounds. There are some countries in Eastern Europe that still harbor baffling sympathies for Russia, despite having faced Russian aggression in the past. Slovakia, Bulgaria, and Hungary have stood out over the past year as particularly pro-Russia in their attitudes. According to social polls made in those countries, the majority of their population do not see Russia as a threat and would welcome a Russian military victory over Ukraine. These attitudes have been reflected in government policies. Bulgaria and Hungary are the only NATO and EU members to have officially refused to deliver arms to Ukraine, echoing the popular belief that doing so would drag this country into a conflict. Bulgaria's previous government had to secretly provide Kiev with ammunition and fuel, concealing the fact from the public. While the Slovak government has extended bold and open help to Ukraine, including supplies of heavy weaponry, and is among its top backers internationally in terms of aid given as a percentage of gross domestic product, it has sided with Hungary when it comes to economically uncomfortable decisions, such as last year's EU oil ban, for which it negotiated an exemption. Both Bratislava and Budapest have also threatened to pay for Russian gas in rubles if push came to shove, following Moscow's decision to receive gas payments only in its currency. The Hungarian administration has repeatedly blocked sanctions against Russia in Brussels while ramping up domestic anti-EU propaganda. In conclusion, I can say that although the EU promotes solidarity in general and that member states should work in harmony in making decisions that ensure the smooth running of things in the Union, the governments of some states do not necessarily share the same values, and their national economic and political interests are more important than the united struggle against impending evil. Therefore, the EU still has a lot of work to do in strengthening itself a whole with shared values and advantages. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. You're just in time in 5 minutes. And thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Marcela Slusarchuk. She's
Hello,
from Romania,
everyone. Do you
the
hear me?
University Stefan Mare from Suceava. Yes?
Thank you. I will share some slides that I prepared.
Yes, we can see, but if you can put them in landscape or full screen.
Can you see it now? Are okay to see?
We can see them, but if you can put them in landscape and or full screen, it will be better.
For me, it shows like they are on the screen. Can you see a map now?
Not yet.
We see the first,
Okay,
the first slide, networks of intervention.
Oh, let me check again and stop share and start again. Share. What about now?
Yes, we can see the map now.
Okay. I'll try it this way because we already lose time and you are way the schedule.
Okay.
I want to point, I will speak from the perspective of someone living near the border with Ukraine and somehow seeing directly online about the flow of migrants and the beginning of the war and what happened. We are 50 kilometers far from the Ukrainian border. I will see you now, I will show you now the length of the border. The border between Romania and Ukraine is the largest border of Romania and the largest border between Ukraine and any other member state. And this is the area where it was a pretty high flow of refugees. This with red is the main point of entrance near the city I live. It was like 50 kilometers far. And looking back to what happened, I tried to make a kind of structure of different frames of what happened, and we had several actors involved from different levels. First, there were the border institutions, the citizens. They acted really fast, sometimes maybe faster than some of the local institutions, than local NGOs who were already working with several beneficiaries groups like children or women and local public institutions. Then the national institutions started to have a word and a print, and national NGOs Later, the EU institutions already started because it was not just the situation of Romania, it was also Poland and Hungary. And later, private companies that helped for some several needs. If I would sum up some main border entrances in Romania, Siret was one of the most used. Then Sighetul Marmati, which is more like this. This is one. I don't need to see the pointer. And here the second. And the third, it was near from Odessa, the flow from Odessa that was in Tulcea, next to the Black Sea. It was the north through Siret from Chernivtsi area, and it was Maramureș and Satu Mare from Zakarpatska and Ivano-Frankivsk. So I detected several types of support needed, and there were some changes during time because we already have more than a year since, or almost a year since the war started. So it was the accommodation for short-term communication facilities because they needed network to interact and switch from the Ukrainian network to European Union communication network, necessity items, medical emergency services, and for lots of them orientation for transit. Romania was mostly a country for transit rather than for staying. In the next month, it was a long-term accommodation already, so it was not looking just for a few days in the way too, but it was maybe to stop, hoping that the war will stop and they will be able to return. Of course, necessity items and psychological support, activities for children, because the groups were women with children, lots of these cases, and long-term internet connection. Now, already we discussed about longer accommodation, and in addition to the previous one, educational and other activities for children. Jobs, like short-term jobs, and inclusion in the medical services. For example, children need vaccines because they have some specific ages. That's interesting that lots of, especially international NGOs, they open branches or points of work in the area, and there are some platforms where they meet with the refugees, they get feedback, and they try to reshape their services offered. What more, in a bigger frame, Suceava, the city where I live, it was appointed humanitarian hub, so to be a kind of main connection where to receive several types of international support for the Ukrainian people and to send it. It was later a second hub. There is one in Tulcea as well. And there are, of course, some other smaller, this kind of centers of support. The sources for support are the national budget. The Romanian government already had in the first month, they had some provisions about the help, financial help for accommodation and food. And secondly, the EU budget, and in here I'll make a short bracket. We have cross-border cooperation programs. They had to reshape, they wanted to reshape some of their activities and some budget lines in order to provide more help for the Ukrainian partner. And the international support that comes from countries and lots of from private donors. As I said already, lots of international NGOs. As questions to be open for the next future or from now on is what would be the dynamic first of the people who already live for the displaced who already live for long in Romania and in these border areas, in some other country areas, and what would be a kind of policy to integrate them, because we don't really know how long this situation will go, and if there will be maybe more difficult than it is now, or maybe easier, but it doesn't really look like. Thank you. I finished. I really hope that I met the time. And you.
Thank you, Marcela. Thank you for your presentation. And as a chairman, I would like to thank you to all our neighbor countries, European countries, all the nations that are providing help for our state, especially the help from volunteer from people to our refugees. Thank you very much. It's very, we appreciate it a lot, and it's very precious to know we are not alone in this fight. We're moving forward to our last but not the least speaker, Pedro Borda Aguilera from Bolivia, the student of University of Cochabamba.
Thank
Pedro,
you very much.
are you with us? Okay.
Yes, Professor. Thank you very much. So I'm going to share my screen, please. Just 1 minute, please. Please let me know if you can see it.
Yes,
thank you.
See.
So I'm going to put my clock. Just 1 second, please. And I'm going to run. So please be patient, and I'm sorry for my poor English. There we go. So if we want to speak about the geopolitical impact of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict in South America, we have to take into account some considerations. First of all is the post-colonial condition of Latin America. And this post-colonial condition give us some areas, some background. First of all, in traditional, in Latin America, the concept of security is related with the social and economic development, and with the political stability. Second of all, and this is very important, in South America, the border states, the states border, the frontiers, are not reflecting the true nature of the people and the ethno-linguistic formations that make us as countries, as peoples. So we have a lot of phenomena, like the indigenous people who lives in 3 different countries and believes themselves as one only nation, let's say Amara nations, or for example, the problem with Mapuches in Chile. So this is a region whose political process are characterized by polarization and radicalism. This has repercussion on integration process and in these initiatives, creating ideological blocks that make the strategic alignments of states uncertainly. That's I'm going to show you later. So the Russian aggression against Ukraine generated a profound political change. And these changes we can resume in 4 points. The failure of Minsk agreements and the normative format entailed, at the very least, the questioning of the scopes of international laws and the legitimacy of its mechanisms. At least from South American perspective, we always saw the European Union as the example of institutionally and respect to the law. But suddenly, there is some hidden agendas, and we are not naive. I have to underline that show us that even the idealism of the international law can be broken. The failure of the strategic difference and as a central element of the prevention of conflict on the scales of states and in post-industrial blocks. This is very important because we have to a point that Ukraine hasn't fulfilled the Minsk agreements. And that was the casus belli that Russia and Putin uses in their speeches to justify, give some kind of legitimacy. And I repeat myself, Latin Americans are not naive. So this also shows us the emergence of new states and new regional potencies like Turkey, like Iran, that has played some significant role in this conflict. The continuous escalation of the conflict reveals the economic interests of the US and European arms lobbies. The quantity of money that this conflict is moving is amazing, really amazing, and nobody talks about that. The conflict has generated a revolution in security policies and doctrines at the global level. I'm talking with the Europeans, and I know that you know what I'm talking about. So, what are the impacts of this geopolitical conflict in the American region? In Latin America, we are used to be somebody else's backyard, and we are some kind of isolation policies. We have our own problems, and we always hear about others' problems, but we don't really get in this because, first of all, we are not a great power, and we don't intend to be. We have a different north, different horizons. So that's why I told you, for us, the horizons are mainly economic development and political stability. So this conflict has developed us a lot of phenomenon in Latin American, political phenomenon in Latin American process. In resume, the impact is geopolitical, economic, and to a lesser degree, domestic political. I'm going to show you the two fields of this, the economical and geopolitical, and try to give you some conclusions about that. I'm sorry. In economical, there is some both positive and negative consequences. First of all, the conflict has proposed the rise of the prices of a lot of commodities, mainly oil and gas. Latin America has some countries that are traditional producers of oil and gas, and other countries that are traditional consumers. So there is a positive and negative impact in this matter. But another way, this can be seen as an opportunity, because there is this lack of a great source of commodities, as it was Russia in the global market, has proposed a new requirement of these commodities. Geopolitical, we have to talk about what consequences are, and the main consequences are for Venezuela. Venezuela was isolated for the characteristics of their political project. But after the Russian invasion, United States has approached to Venezuela to ask for some new sources of these resources. Venezuela finds this very comfortable opportunity, because it's an alliance with Russia, more than given some weapons, haven't given them really good benefits. Again, I'm sorry for my poor English. But when the United States comes to us from Venezuela, it's an opportunity not only for the economics, but to end with this isolation. It was to remind that when this conflict begins, one of the first things that Vladimir Putin made was to establish a new kind of a new round of approximations to the Latin American states. So, what is the,
Pedro, excuse me, we are a bit out of time.
I'm sorry. I can finish in 3 words.
We can finalize if you want.
There is three main conclusions. First of all, Latin America has no unity. There is a disparity of which country supports who, and this is for ideological blocks. Second of all, we are in a leadership deficit. The main potencies in Latin America are Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. And this has some dim and very cautious approximation to the issue. They took a different kind of stakes. And the third one is the lack of international weight. South America, mainly because the lack of unity and the lack of leadership, has no international weight and has wasted a big opportunity for itself to accommodate it as a global actor and with a good economic perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Your English is very well. We understood you, and thank you for your point of view for our topic, Russian-Ukrainian war and the relations to EU from South America. And I can remark that we have not only local or European conflict, but this war, one of the biggest war since World War II, has the impact to all the nations, and we can tell it as a global conflict between democracy and dictators regimes. And nowadays, every nation, every state has to make a choice on which side they stand. Thank you very much. If you let me just a few words to finalize our topic, I would like to thanks again to all our participants. It was very interesting to hear different points of view from France, Moldavia, Romania, and from Latin America as well. And do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Do I have? Okay. Thank you. I would like to outline that peace and freedom are still threatened by Russia, and we all hope that our dream victory on the battlefield, with the help of all allied countries, will end not only with the expulsion of Russian troops from all our territories, but also will end with joining the European Union and NATO. Thank you very much. As we are out of time a little bit, I will stop.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yaroslav, for this last topic, for your work. I guess it's time to cross to the conclusion of these meetings. But first of all, I guess the best conclusion must take by my friend Fabienne Marron. He will conclude, and before the Fabienne Marron, I guess our host, my friend Alejandra, will say something. Concerning this workshop was something prepared in the last moment. And I'm very excited to see how many people answer okay to my proposal. And I discussed in the morning with Alejandra that maybe it's important to continue with this type of meetings from different parts of the world, because it's like a subject like the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It's important to know also the perspective of other side of the world. But I'm very happy because the colleagues also from here, from Bolivia, are the supporter of the peace, but the peace, one peace in the legality of international order, not the peace after aggression. And that is a very important aspect. And second aspect that I must underline that is this mix in the presentation between the young student, especially I address the invitation to the young students. I have the bachelor students from Uzhgorod, Anastasia, but also the master degree students, but also the PhD degree students, and the young researchers, but also more also the professor with experience. It's very important to have this type of exchange of point of view. I'm very happy to discover a lot of people with young people with very, very good knowledge, scientific knowledge, but not only with scientific knowledge, but also with methodology of research that is very strong. That is very important for the future of research in our area in international relations. I conclude here. I cross the floor to my friend Alejandra. And Fabienne, tu seras la dernière.
Thank you, Professor Ford. So you're going to close, Fabienne. Okay, I just want to close this event with two things. I think this kind of workshop are really important because they allow us to see different perspectives about the European Union, but also about the different issues that crosses all the countries, because citizenship issues, the war with Ukraine, the migration issue, and to be a global actor, and all the issues we've been approaching today are issues that are crossing all the countries. So it's really interesting to see what happens in Europe and how we see and to rethink these things that you just, all of you exposed, in relationship or according to what we live also, because there are many things that arise, and it's really interesting to see this kind of questionings that arise when you are like dialoguing between different regions. So, well, thank you all of you for this, and let's hope that in the future we'll have other kind of workshops in this kind. But I would like to close before closing, to invite all of you, maybe Pedro Bor, that is organizing this event, to the webinar we're having tomorrow, that it's from the Latin American perspective. No, it's a webinar about geopolitical impact of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict on the Latin American region. So if you're interested to see how's the impact of these issues that you are living in Europe in other regions, welcome. Maybe Pedro, you can put in the chat the link so they can, the students can copy. And well, you're welcome tomorrow. Professor Jorge also will be participating. We're like exploiting him these days that he's going to be here in Cochabamba. Poor thing, he's going to go really tired. But well, I would like to end this participation. Thank you. Thanking, first of all, Professor Jorge for the idea and well, all the organizing of this event. Thanking Fabienne Mahon from the University of Rennes. Thank you very much. And Monsieur Renaud aussi. Thank you for this opportunity. And well, let's hope that in the future we'll still have some other opportunities. I'll finish there and I give you the floor, how you say? Céder la parole à Fabienne Mahon.
Céder la parole. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Johan and you, Alexandra, for this very nice setting for dialoguing, because it's sharing different perspectives with different, I would say, actor of knowledge sharing, the teacher, the researcher, the expert, and our student. And I think that is the most important thing, is the result of our network in education for the future. Dialoguing, image, EU integration, and the other perspective from Latin America, this time, crisis to agility, governance to citizens, I would say like this, conflict-oriented to diplomacy, new form of diplomacy. I think all the stakeholders together for sustainability of our future, and I think that is important. But I think that is a starting time from turbulence to, I would say, a new normal. Of course, this, I would say, is also about our next generation for the future in both continents. And I think that is important. It's about our training for future in a digital way, in another format, as this dialogue. And I think that is wonderful for us for having this next perspective. I will attend tomorrow. I will try to attend tomorrow, depending a little bit on the agenda. But I would like to invite you, colleagues, to organize something about your country, about Latin America as well. And it will be the next step for continuing this wonderful initiative. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you to our students from both sides. I think that it was also a nice perspective, and also the impact of our training program. And I think that I'm very proud to be part of this program. Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, colleagues from the different continents and countries. And see you soon, therefore, at Reims, at IIS, in Brussels, in Oradea, in Bolivia.
In Bolivia, we're waiting for you here.
Of course, of course.
Enchanté. Alors, à demain. It's going to be shorter tomorrow, so
yes.
See
you. See you.
See you. Ciao, ciao.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to you.
Bye-bye. Have a nice evening.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.